Hello. How you doing? Before we get started, if you're here to learn more about real estate, we've done a whole investigation on them previously, and now we've got a bit of an update, and we've also had the government issue a few warnings, and they've actually named the people that are promoting it in those warnings. So it's a pretty big development because this is something new that a lot of governments are starting to do now when they issue these warnings out there, because they realize that the key people behind these scams isn't the scam itself and where it's been ran by, but it's the individuals who are actually promoting these scams. Look, I'm not quite ready yet. It is I'm already running 12 minutes late, but I want to show you some stuff that we're working on. And what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to play the Avenger Anti-Fraud Alliance, a theme song. And I want you to listen to the words. I've just been to town where I live, and I've just got home, and I was listening to my own playlists of my own music that I produce that is actually quite good. And when I listen to the lyrics, it actually helps me connect with what I do, and it gets me pumped. So I was going to put on this music for you guys to listen to, but I think it might be better now I'm pumped to tell you some of the exciting things that are happening overnight. Big news at the moment is obviously Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan have been arrested. And I thought, oh, it'd be crypto fraud, money laundering, the whole 9 yards. But no, it's heinous acts to women they've been accused of. Now the big battle is whether America will expedite them back to the UK. And it sort of raises a few interesting questions for me. When a country is asking another country to let someone that's in their haven be released and sent back to where they want to press charges, you think that would trump, whoops, didn't mention Trump then, did I? You think that would trump everything though, wouldn't you? You think that would be the ultimate. But now there's a lawsuit where Andrew Tate will be trying to potentially battle with the governments, claiming that he's allowed to stay wherever he is currently at, which is just a case. Now, if China was asking America to release an American citizen, it may be different thinking. But anyway, all the same, there has been, like things go viral. Well, the Andrew Tate stuff is more than just viral, and it's not really anything I've really invested. I mean, obviously, we've been investing a lot of time and energy into Goliath Ventures. And also when we found that Andrew Tate and Tristan and I'm cleaning my glasses, by the way, were on that cruise ship. Well, there's 3 cruise ships in Croatia. And now I reached out to Homeland Security when I saw that. And I said, do you realize that Mike, Tomo, and also Christopher are on the cruise ship with Andrew Tate, and they're part of what looks like part of the war room. And now the fact that we hear all these charges are coming out, it's quite a hard case, really, isn't it? And also just to be connected with all that happening, it sort of makes me feel like we're on the pulse. Because at the moment, if I was Mike and I was Tomo, I would be absolutely freaking out. I mean, I don't think Christopher can be freaking out more than he is. He's already been pleaded guilty and has a potential 50 years of his life in federal prison, trying to make people whole with, I don't think that was any better. What the heck's going on? Maybe I'm going blind. Trying to make people whole and repay the $250 million that he claims that he's got. But there is one video which is absolutely breathtaking, and I need to actually find it somehow and put it on the screen to show you, because something big went down just a couple of days ago, and I'm still trying to process how that actually happened and why, more importantly, it happened. So let me see if I can find my video that I just shared with somebody else, and I can't find it. Where is it? Oh, dear. Okay, this is going to be a bit tricky. I might have to download it from where I sent it earlier on. Here it is here. Let's see if I can download this. Save to download, save as, and we're going to desktop. So a wee while ago, we saw an advertisement out there saying that that Tomo was going to be a speaker at some event, which is really crazy. Is that the one I want? I'll just make sure I've got the right event, the right video. And I think it is. Hold it, let me have a look. Yes, it is. Alrighty, okay. So I'm going to bring this up. Now, this might not mean much to you, but when I get phone calls from Avengers telling me, I'm just going to share screen. First of all, I'm just going to make sure I've got this screen here correct for when I share this later on. There we are. Good, we have. That's a miracle. So this is a video that we just nabbed off Tomo's Instagram or his social media. I don't have access anymore because he bans me. But we warned this policeman or this chief of police that he shouldn't have anything to do with Tomo. And this is the video. So this speaks for itself. So listen to this. If it works.
Guys, we just ended an event, Armor Within, and I'm here with the Attorney General, Andy Wilson. Andy, you're like...
So Andy Wilson, Attorney General Andy Wilson, discussed proactive wellness in law enforcement. Now, that was an event where we reached out to that law enforcement, to Andy Wilson, and I'm 99% sure we sent an email to him directly or to the department telling them that they shouldn't be using Tomo's services. Now, the only connection I can see is I know Tomo's lost a lot of weight at the moment and he's looking like a scrawny little rat that's been starved to death. Talking about mice, we did actually catch the mice that was running around the house and we freed him this morning. And when we opened the trap, he ran off into the wilderness, living the dream he is. But anyway, if you didn't know, we had a mouse in the house. And I caught him last night. Would you believe, if you're trying to hunt mice, he had actually got on the kitchen bench. I don't know how they go up kitchen benches, but he's pretty clever. Anyway, he ran up the kitchen bench, couldn't go past the bit of food that we had laid out inside a trap so we could trap him alive. And then he wiggled his way around so much that the trap even fell off the bench and landed on the floor. In the meantime, Pixel, our guard dog, half schnauzer, half poodle, was meant to be bred for hunting small animals, didn't even flinch. So personal story there I thought I'd share with you. But anyway, the mouse has now been set free into a reserve. We had to go for a walk this morning. So I've had a busy morning. And then the second thing is coming back, going to town. I was talking to my Avengers, had some interesting phone calls come in. And then on the way home, I decided to, correspond with all the people that have been sending me tons and tons of. There's so much happening at the moment. What I can guarantee you is that the government is all over the co-conspirators. We have received intel that they are watching my videos. Hi, guys. And they are actually, using what we are giving and giving the leads. They're using that information for their investigation. And they are enthusiastic and they are excited, for the use of a better word, about the investigation they're doing on the co-conspirators. I do believe, I'll mark my words, the next person that will get charged will be Nick Petrillo, and then we're going to be talking Matt Burks, and then I do believe Pierce Curry is also in deep shit. And then there's a lot of other ones like Tomo, Mike, and they will be, maybe not this round, but I do believe something's happening very soon. We're all baited, waiting, holding our breath to see what direction this goes in next. Now, this guy here that has, I can't believe that this guy, Andy Wilson, Attorney General, actually thought it was a good idea to get Tomo to be a speaker for the police. Now, either Tomo's a deep cover agent that we didn't know about and not a beat cop handing out parking tickets and speeding fines like we've been told, when he's alleged by his other co-conspirators that he was actually working as a fraud investigator. This is what he's telling people that work in life. And now we see him sitting here schmoozing with people like this. It is breathtaking to see. But just like the Orlando Economic Partnership, we sent emails to them. We sent emails to 39 people at that department telling them that Goliath Ventures was running a large-scale Ponzi scheme and scam, and we gave them evidence and we got crickets. And then they got ordered or suggested strongly that they should return the $200,000 they left on the table they got from Christopher Delgado. They actually agreed to return $190,000 of that, and they took that. So that's the first time any money's been clawed back. Now, this organization here has been warned by the Avengers. As soon as we realized they were doing a proactive event, and Tomo was meant to be a speaker there. So just to put that in perspective, I think we have to play this first.
Andy Wilson. Andy, you're like a living specimen of what everything that we do is about. So health, wellness, everything like that. How old are you?
I'm 50. I'll be 52 in a month.
So he's lying about that. He's probably 32. But what is it that you are doing as top cop in Ohio for wellness and health and really longevity in space?
Look, number one, I'm talking about it. Everywhere I go, every department, every chief, every sheriff that I talk to, I talk about the importance of what I call proactive wellness. And that is arming your folks with, again, physical fitness, mental toughness, emotional wellness, so that they can off-gas and properly handle the traumas that we know that they're going to face in this job. And by doing that, we will make them healthier across the board. Not just better able physically to do their job, emotionally and mentally to do their job, but long-term, past the career, making sure that they're healthy long into retirement. And we owe that to all of our officers, and more importantly, we owe that to the public we serve. That when you call 911, when the public calls 911, they need to get the best version of the officer that they can get who shows up to help them on their worst hour at their worst minute. So that's what we're out here promoting, and it all comes down to just being intentional about it, talking about it, addressing it, and then proactively going out there and taking care of ourselves.
Amen. And a man who practices what he preaches.
I try.
You are doing it every single day.
I try.
And I hope to see you on a jiu-jitsu mat or in the gym sometime.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so this is absolutely batshit crazy. So you can imagine, now let me put this in perspective for you. So let's go back to this screen here. This is the thumbnail for a video that I have just put on the internet. This is meant to be Mike. It's not quite the same because AI's had a bit of a field day here. Mike, Tomo, Christopher, Kristen, and then we've got Andrew Tate. And then what I've done is I've put this video online, and I've basically put Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate, Christopher, Tomo, and the Mike, right? So you've got, in one hand, you've got the Tate boys. Okay, now I'm going to actually put this on the other screen, but you've got the Tate brothers being accused of doing heinous crimes to women, wanted to be expedited back to the UK. If you listen to any YouTubers on the internet, they talk about how they were running it through the war room, and it was all sort of connected to a brotherhood of something or other. And I don't know. This is not my alley. What do they call it? It's not my my lane. I haven't done anything on. I'm not into crypto, and I don't follow the Tate's brothers. But what I do know is that Tomo was asked to be a speaker at a police event. And then at the same time, we have, I just need to actually, I can't. But anyway, that will do. So at the same time that Tomo was asked to be a speaker at a police event, what I'm trying to bring up. So here's Tomo, right? At a police event. He was also at another event. So listen to this. So at the time, I contacted Homeland Security and I said, I know where Tomo is, I know where Mike is, and I know where Christopher is. And they are in Croatia. And they said, we know. Okay, so there's Tomo, alrighty. And what you wouldn't have seen just before it, because we've gone through every footage of that, the guy behind him is Mikey. We call him Mikey now. Let's go back a bit. It's a bit hard to get. Oh, actually, I might be able to go frame by frame. No, I can't. All right, hold it. Let's go. Mike is behind him, and I'm not. There it is. So that's Mike there. Now, so Mike has now just released a new app called Mikey. Now, we've been uncovering the scam of that as well. There's a lot to unravel here today, guys, but we'll do this before we get into our real estate scam, just to keep you up to date what we've been discovering just overnight. Well, not overnight, but what we can tell you now. There was something else I wanted to show you. So if you didn't know anything about Mikey, Mike has just released
energy putting this together for you.
This is Mike, okay? So this is Mike claiming that he's some sort of, blockchain millionaire guy, all right? So he's showing off the cars that aren't even his. The bike's probably the only thing he really does own. He's claiming that he's just profitable. He'll have teach you the game for free. And what they do here is he's encouraging you to download his app called the Mikey app. And the Mikey app is actually encouraging you to sign up for, I forgot the name of it already, True Trade, Trading True. It's basically a trading platform. Susie will probably chuck it in the chat room in a second. And Steve, what mousetrap was it? Unfortunately, it was the paid mousetrap, not the 3D printed one that took 12 hours to print. Thank you very much. But we have still got that in the kitchen, and we're hoping that there may be 2 mices available. So the Mikey app, it's called truetrade.com, and I think it's truetrade.com. And when people sign up for this trading app, you get paid up to, influencers get paid up to 30% of whatever you pay a commission for people to use this trading app. And that's how crazy it is. It's truetrade.io, which I'm going to bring up because we're going to get into a bit of a story here so you can get the whole picture of what's really going on. So we're going to do an investigation on True Trade. Now, True Trade may be a legitimate opportunity. Why is that not there, True Trade? You've got that wrong there. You've given me the wrong dinky. Let's try truetrade.com. Truetrade.com. No, right. My Intel's not very good today. What's gone wrong with Avengers? The Avengers network. Hey, while I'm doing this, I'm going to play our event. Oh, no, I'm not. We're going to stay a track because I want to figure this out. So this is how I'm going to find the information for you. There is a guy called Batman Earl. Here he is right there in front of me. Now, Batman Earl is using a domain name called Trading View, and that's part of the same organization. So if I went to Trading View, Trading View, oh, there it is there, tradingview.com, you can sign up for this program and you can be an affiliate. And when you sign up as an affiliate, you can get up to 30% of what people deposit. So that's what they're doing. So you've got Mike out here launching an app, which is going to change your life if you use it to do your trades. But the scam isn't the app. The scam is the fact that you will be signing up on his platform, and then you'll get a link where you go off to TradingView, and he collects the 30% on whatever you put down. So TradingView is a legitimate affiliate system. So Susie's just told me. And we've actually got 2 angles on it. So we've now got the True Trading one. So is this the one that we should be looking at? Is this different to the last one? The True Trading app. And this is where I got to the other day. Is this different to this one, Suze? Is that what we get? So is this the same company or part of it? Or look, 30% cashback bonus live, limited time, join now. So that cashback live, I believe, will be paid to somebody that doesn't have a referral link. But you can't use Mikey AI unless you deposit $500 or more. All right. So what Mike is saying, if you go to his app, if you want free access to his app that he keeps doing these videos about, you need to deposit a minimum of $500, and then he'll give you access to his free app. But in the meantime, you've signed up for a platform where Mikey's getting a backhander of 30%. So I have to bring it up now. I've gone down this rabbit hole. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how these guys work. Right. So now we're going to hopefully be able to go to Telegram. And the funny thing about it, what we've discovered, is you will see all these promotional videos, things like here. Let's have a look and see if we can play this one. Let's see. So he's got all these videos of people looking like they're traders. And if you didn't know anything, you'd come through here and you'd see all these lavish meals. You'll see, you know, basically the life of Riley. But we've discovered there's another influencer who went to Bali at the same time as Mike. And he's got the same images that Mike is using, like Mike's getting a haircut in front of the luxury pool. Next minute, these photos here with the Rolls Royces, which I don't know if you can see. So the same images have been used between multiple influencers, you know, like they are their cars, it's their lifestyle. And it's just, we believe it's just a scam well, it's definitely a scam. But when you see how these scammers actually work and the content they get given. So what, if I was to put this in a nutshell, without spending hours and hours and hours of research, Mike has bought into a company that will create him an income stream. They've already done his Instagram marketing to sort of give him more prestige. He's posting all these images that are carbon copy to another scammer that he went to Bali with. And from my, I haven't even read all this, and I'm not going to, but from my knowledge, what's happening here is Mike is really getting desperate. He is a washed up scammer. When we see, like I showed you just before, we had another guy called Batman Earl. So Batman Earl is nobody in the internet world, but Batman Earl is telling us, we caught him promoting $1 billion scam that we took down. So here's Batman Earl telling you his trading story, right? So
now, about a month ago, I put out a video talking about how I am going to start my journey on becoming a successful day trader. All right.
So we've got idiots like this telling people they're sharing their journey. But when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it, you click on this link. And if you sign up, he gets a 30% commission, apparently. We haven't signed up. We haven't done it. We can't prove it. But just take our word that when you see idiot influencers like this promoting the same thing.
So since that point, I talked.
So now he's showing us here how he actually lost $900 in a trade. The first trade he did, he made $86. Second trade, he made $368. Then, would you believe, if you look carefully here, he lost $476. And then and then all of a sudden he's won $95. And these probably are real trades. It's just a fact. And then the other day when he's doing this video, he's lost $958. So if you add up all the greens and add up all the reds, trading is just very, very difficult. And the fact is, a lot of these companies claim they now have AI traders doing all this for you. And these AI traders claim that they win 90% of the time. But in the meantime, we've got this guy who's not really the most intelligent scammer that we've gone after. But here he is even doing videos exposing him, which is just batshit crazy. But this is what they're doing. This is the world we live in. So when we see people like Mike, running scams like this, it is kind of funny. So what I'm getting at is we've got Mike Tomo. So that's Mike in the background. So Tomo, we know, is running selling peptides. Those, I think there's something to do with steroids or something like that you inject into your muscles that help you when you're doing your workout. Peptides. I'm not even sure about that. We believe that that's the strength of his business, and he's been literally spending more money than the company's been bringing in the front door. Now, how do we know that? Well, we've actually had people that used to work in the company help us with our investigation. And we've also got evidence that he hadn't been paying his staff's 401ks for over 4 years. And now people are finding it, they put complaints in. So we've got two guys here. So we've got Tomo promoting the war room of Andrew Tate that's just been arrested. We've got Mikey who's been, I think we've got proof of claims from maybe 3 or 4 of Mike's family members who thought Mike was, a clever young fella helping them with their investments to do with Goliath. And now they're all going after proof of claims, which means they've lost money to Mike's advice. Mike's in the UK at the moment. And I literally rang him up today and left a message on his answer machine telling him it's like bobbing for apples in a barrel, or maybe it's so easy at the moment. There's so much happening and it's quite exciting. So when I said to Mike on the phone, I left him a message because he won't talk to me, that when he turns up in Canada or America to get the stamp on his passport so he can run back to the UA, that he will be freaking out that he's going to be detained or arrested at the airport. Now, he has no choice because they'll dig a hole for him and bury him in the UAE if they find out. Now, we haven't even started going after these guys. Like, we could summarize to the UAE that Mike is over there hiding. We could put together a video and show them what Mike is doing because they don't like those type of people in the UAE. So we could actually put Mike in serious harm by simply notifying the authorities of his previous activity with Goliath Ventures. He's buggered. Whether they get him in the UAE or whether they get him at the customs, or whether when he's been subpoenaed by America, Mike is buggered. And this is the sort of stuff that I'm pretty sure that's why I put this video online. So here we are, we've got two individuals hanging out with Mike. And they're in Croatia.
If I'm with my guys, my enemy feels harmless. My enemy doesn't feel capable when I'm with my team.
Timing is like 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
When things get hard, men around you are going to be your number one asset. I got.
Yeah, just back there. So once again, I'm going to stop this again. So this photo here shows Tomo here, Christopher Delgado here, and Mike over here. And I don't care about the other guys because what I'm trying to say at the moment, we've got evidence that these, they're all associated together. They're all linked together. So we know, we've had pretty good advice that even Andrew Tate didn't want anything to do with Christopher, Mike, and Tomo. So they kicked those guys out of the War Room Brotherhood, which is quite ironic. So let's say, whatever you think about the War Room or Andrew Tate or whatever, it doesn't really worry me. But what does worry me that even Andrew Tate didn't want anything to do with those guys. They don't, So if you have a look here.
The network which allows people to find a brotherhood.
Hold on.
Because most people have yet to crack the code.
No. Right. So you got Tomo here doing a speech to Andrew Tate's War Room, which the media at the moment, if you do your searching War Room, Andrew Tate and Andrew Tate's arrest, you'll see that they are not happy. Then you've got Tomo giving a speech at Proactive Wellness Law Enforcement Center. What's going on? I mean, how can I notify the Andy Wilson, the Attorney General, about what he's doing, and then him turn a blind eye to what we've said? And then in the next video we've got Tomo here talking. I mean, you can't make this shit up. I mean, is Tomo an undercover cop?
To truly resist the enslavement, we need brotherhood.
I got royalty inside my DNA. Cocaine corner piece got war and peace inside my DNA. I was born like this inside.
There he is, Mike again. So, yeah. So what's going on here, guys? I mean, is there no justice in the world? Or if we have got the Department of Justice watching my videos more regularly, maybe they're trying to form a connection between Mike. And not only that, there's another side of it as well. If you do your research on the Alexander brothers, New York, two Rialtas that just got imprisoned for doing heinous acts to women, drugging them and having their way with the woman, and then they've got arrested and they're now incarcerated. We've got photos of Romy, who's selling his businesses in Orlando at the moment, who's gone AWOL, so I've heard. I don't know whether I can validate that statement. And then we've got Romy in plane journey rides to Mykonos with Christopher Delgado. So it's just too much going on. So when we first saw this, we tried to figure out who they are. So the guy in the middle jet ski, I think that's Tay and Christopher. Now, Tay has actually posted a whole lot of images proving that she's still in the house. And we had some intel today that Christopher Delgado may be still in the house, but we still haven't anything confirmed, no sighting. So if you're playing golf this morning and you're hitting those golf balls into Chris's backyard, by all means, let us know if you see any sightings of Chris. But at the moment, I actually am going to show you this while I'm talking about it because it's actually quite interesting. But we're still struggling for confirmation. We've had word from one of the big reporters there that they believe that Christopher's still in the house and they won't report anything until they can prove it on a so I go, okay, whatever. But we want our own investigation to be paramount. I can't even say the word right. So if you have any intel on the latest, I'm just seeing if I can find her here. Here she is. So if we go back to this screen, this is Christopher's girlfriend. Now, she was, would you believe, used to work at the London house as somebody who checked in people, and there she is there. But the other day, we got these photos, and these are photos inside the house, and we think it's quite a cunning thing. So these are her walking around inside. That's Christopher's house, and these were just published the other day on her timeline. So I think what they're trying to send a message out is that Christopher is still in the house, but there was no photos of Christopher, and I'm assuming that he's probably been told that if he breaches his bail or anything again, literally by potentially being on the internet, I don't know what his bail conditions are, but here she is cleverly doing images, making sure people know that the house is still occupied. And remember the red light, what do they call it? She had a photo of her. Oh, I might have not saved that one, but there was a photo here of her getting her red light treatment, wherever it is. Not treatment. No, I must have forgot that one. Anyway, so we know that the spa is there behind. So that's meant to be the red light spa. So anyway, so she's sending out messages to us and we're helping publicise them for you, girl. That it looks like Christopher may still be in the house, but that's what we're doing at the moment. That's what's interesting. We'll go back to our video and we'll finish this off. But let's go. So that's Christopher in the blue trunks, and I believe that might be his Tay there in the water.
I got my whole shooters with me in the lane. I serve the base, I serve the base, I serve the
And that's maybe Tay in the background.
base, I serve the
And that's Christopher showing us how to do donuts.
I keep the shooter with me like Malone.
And that's Tomo, if you didn't notice, way at the start there. That you can just tell that's Tomo. But here he is. We can't do it in the large with that.
I fucked around and did it on my own.
And then they all get dressed up and they go to prison for dinner.
All clear, sir. We're going in.
And the song that they're playing about now is It's a Man's World. And I had to scrub it because of the internet copyright. But they're singing, There's a man's world. I'll sing it for you. It's a man's world. It's a man. It's quite a moving song. It's a brilliant video, actually. But I just forgot to do a top up. And these are all Proud as Punch women who and now they're trying to show, obviously, the history and the origins. And there's Mike. Don't know any of these other guys. Yeah, and the music's muted because they were singing It's a Man's World. Oh, you hear a wee bit there. And then you get some cigars. Yeah, and then that's basically the end of the video, I think. Yep. And more bottles, more bottoms, and more sparkles. When I get rich, when I get rich, I promise you I'm never going to have any sparkles. But just to reiterate, so we've got this guy here who decided it's a good idea to use a speaker that's been on Andrew Tate's boat promoting the War Room, also getting...
But what is it that you are doing as top cop in Ohio for wellness and health?
So if you read between the lines, what is Tomo trying to portray there? That he is untouchable. And that's that is why I'm showing you this. So if we can send out a message, I think Susie, if we can send out a message to everybody that that he's trying to send out a message to say he's untouchable. But then if we can send messages to the police in Ohio, I'm not even saying it right, but in America, and showing, I don't have the use of the word, but the criminal connections that he has got, why did they ignore us? And just like the Orlando Economic Partners who ignored our email, and then later on, articles have come out showing you that these guys have been warned and they've ignored the warnings. If you want those articles, see the Florida Politics. These are all the news articles that have published stuff about what we've been doing. Bloomberg, the Orlando Sentinel. If you click on that one there, for example, does it work? Let's go to that one there. You'll see that there is articles in here where we actually talk about the Orlando Economic Partnership, how they received a warning. The alert came from Danny DeHeck, an investigative journalist in New Zealand. Thank you very much for recognising that I'm an investigative journalist, not like Channel 9, but let's not go down there again. And then they talk about how we sent a letter on this is going to happen to that policeman. So we've got, if anyone, we're going to dig out that letter. So here's a letter that was sent to 39 individuals in the Orlando Partnership, and they all ignored it. And I only got one reply, and it was an autoresponder. And here I am telling them about Christopher. Now, I've done the same thing with that policeman. And they've decided to ignore it, which is just absolutely crazy. What else have we got? We did have some other news that I found. I'll see if I can find it in a minute. But I did notice that some crypto company actually has started publishing some of our content. So one day we're going to get the recognition as a proper investigative journalist who actually broke the story. Here we go here. So this one here is called cryptobriefing.com, and I just discovered this here. And it talks about how JP Morgan Chase sued case, and then in here somewhere it did mention yours truly again. So they actually have corrected this because it used to be the month after September. So that's cool. However, concerns began to surface in September after investigative journalist Danny DeHeck flagged questionable claims and payout structures that represented a Ponzi scheme. So when you click on that, it takes you to my Twitter account. Well, who would think about that? Look at that. They even picked up the Twitter claims. Look how many views that's got. 5,000. It's more than I normally get. So it's pretty cool, really. So we're getting out there, guys. So that was an update on Goliath Ventures and also Tomo and the silly guy who decided it was a good idea. Now, yesterday I went crazy and I did a 6.5 hour live stream, which if you did have a look, I've actually uploading that at the moment and it's 45% uploaded. I'm going to be away Friday, Saturday and Sunday in New Zealand. So that's your Thursday, your Friday and your Saturday. So I've actually scheduled the rerun of this 6.5 hour stream that we did yesterday. And we were showing this guy, Devlin, Alan Toll, did a full-blown investigation on him and what he was doing. Now, just before I went live, I gave him a link to come on today's show if he wanted to. But what was really alarming about this is we've found that he's now gone out to, so this guy must be a bit of a hustler because here he's meant to be running a big organization. And through our investigation yesterday, we found out he's also advertising himself as a personal trainer. So it's not even like he's focusing on all these domain names that we see in his history. It's like he's morphing in. He's like a hustler. So it's quite interesting to do that. And at the very end of my, he even has, did some interesting photos. We talked about how he's got this pyramid structure, affiliate system of 20 levels tracked. And you get 10% by, imagine a building company saying they're going to let you build a structure, generate an income, and if you click on a link and I push you into it, you get 10%. But he's offering up to 20% payouts to referrals. But anyway, he was basically putting together glamping holidays and accommodation. And at the end of the thing, we actually got quite to the point where we said, you've spent all this time, losing all this weight, and you've, lost, he was 315 pounds. Now he's 195 pounds. And that's pretty cool. So we suggested that he put the energy that he's been putting into his health, put it into actually making people whole, who he's actually got all these contracts with, and it's just a sad story of something that looked like a really good concept that's gone way off the rails. But this guy did something which I haven't seen before. He seems like a compulsive liar. Now, we gave him 7 days to reply to us with a right of reply, as you do. And then he wanted more time, and we said, no, we've given you 7 days and we're not going to play into your games. You give us the reply we wanted with it. We had 7 days, and so we went live and did the launch anyway. But then he was claiming that he wanted me to extend it, and I agreed to it, and I didn't. So he sent me this video while I was doing this live, which I'm going to play now. And I'm going to show you something that might be interesting. But listen to this.
Yeah, so this was supposed to start at 5 p.m. Pacific. They know I'm here, so they're not letting me in or...
And he's just a compulsive liar, this guy. So he said, they know I'm here and they're not letting me in. So when you ring up the show, I get a beep. And he was waiting. So I sent him a message. Now listen to what he says here.
Whatever, join. This guy's a freaking joke.
He's not far wrong.
Not yet. Give me 30 minutes to do an introduction and then you're welcome.
So I said to him, give me 30 minutes. I'm going to do an introduction about it, and then I'll let you into the room. So that was what I told him. But he's alleging that I weren't letting him into the room to have his say, when after waiting 7 days, I never received a right of reply from him. In fact, he wanted to extend my deadline, which I weren't prepared to do. For obvious reasons, he's been extending everyone's deadline since 2023. Anyway, it gets a bit more exciting.
But he's doing the whole thing right now, and they're literally not letting me in on purpose. This was the controlled paid smear campaign.
So he's accusing that we're running a controlled smear campaign, which no one's paid me to do this. I do research free of charge. People do support me with donations. Thanks very much. That's how we run this show.
To try to make me look bad.
And we weren't trying to make him look bad. That's why we gave him a right of reply. And then if you read the 20,000 word blog and article we did about him, it speaks for itself. And we've used receipts along the way. We've had numerous court cases. We've even had a federal judgment against this guy. He's been ordered to pay and has started paying and then stopped paying and all sorts of things. So it's just the most amazing investigation I've actually done for such a long time, because this guy thinks he's the victim. And even the fact that I gave him 7 days to give a right of reply, 3 days before the deadline, he asked if he can wait until the following Friday, which would mean another 10-day extension. And I went, no. You've had enough time. But then he's now focused on the extension time as being the problem rather than answering my frigging questions. And in the meantime, we showed in the video yesterday that he's at the supermarket buying bananas and raspberries and blueberries to put in his shakes. And he's just making excuses, in other words. But anyway, this video was so let's carry on listening.
And I'm trying to join the call. They won't let me join. The live stream isn't even live.
The live stream isn't even live. That's crazy. And that's because I was a couple of minutes late, as I often am. But how can a live stream not be live yet? Because how can I let them in if it's not live? It's just ridiculous. Anyway.
So, something definitely shady going on.
Something definitely shady going on. You got that right.
And then I told this dude I needed till next Friday to respond to this thing. And he said, okay. And then
he said he needed to next Friday to respond to this thing that I want him to answer. And then he said, I said, okay. So this guy twists everything. I didn't say anything about okay. I actually said to him, no. And I explained why. And he was going to provide us videos, files, a whole court case. We just wanted him to answer some basic questions about the structure of his company. We've already done the investigation. But if anything was wrong or misled, we gave him the opportunity. So he's saying that I agreed to it when I didn't. And the funny thing is, in the video I did yesterday, and that's why it went on so long, we went through every part of correspondence I had with this individual to prove that I did not say okay. But this guy's just straight up, this is amazing to me that people just lie and make up these things.
And he went ahead and did it anyway.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. I just got a lot of stuff that I'm juggling right now, and this is going to take me a little bit of time to kind of put all this stuff together for you. So if you can give me until next Friday just to get everything in order, I'm going to provide pictures, documentation, video, conversations, Zoom call meetings, like all that stuff. So I am very interested in making sure that I get my side of the story because, there's three sides of the story. There's mine and the truth. And so, I have evidence of all the stuff that I've been dealing with, but appreciate everything. I just want to give you an update. Give me until next Friday to put all this stuff together. I'm juggling a lot right now. We have multiple locations that we're running.
I didn't post it anyway.
I told him I'd get back to me, like, Devin, I exclaimed, she's like, yeah, this is bullshit. Yeah, so this was supposed to start at 5 p.m. Pacific. They know I'm here, so they're not letting me.
Yeah, so to be even be more transparent with everyone, let's just go to WhatsApp. So this is the WhatsApp conversation since the live. So right, so basically if we went back, this is the video that he posted that we just watched. He said I answered, and then this is what he does.
The 20th of July 2026, 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 9 seconds p.m. Devin Allen Toll. Look, you.
Okay, I answered.
Look, you guys go ahead. No reason for me to try and defend myself. If all these people are already have their minds being made up, they want to misunderstand me.
Misunderstand scammer. I've heard it all before. You guys have 3 days to respond. He still goes on about it. You have me 3 days. You gave me 3 days to respond to something that took weeks and months to put together. Well, we haven't got weeks or months. And then he's calling me a hypocrite. So it went to name calling. So we then in the live that we had, he actually, how do I explain this? Just bring that chat box back. So he basically, we had 330 messages. 86 messages came from him. So I screenshotted them all and put them into AI and asked it to sort of give us a breakdown of the messages. So I sent him a copy of that. Then we had, why are you calling me right now? Because he come on the show and then he hung up on us after yelling at us. You want to connect, question mark, please schedule some time with me. Then I don't know why he's done this, but that's my phone number and that's my messages. I left a voice message, but for some reason it translates into text. Don't really understand that. And then he come up with excuses about the time of night it was. It's 9:20 in the evening after he's had 7 days to reply. You can't expect me to explain 17 years of building basically an entire industry in 3 or 4 hours. So he's built an industry that's scammed. So many people have been scammed. It's unreal. So then what we did with this investigation, we dug in deeper. We finished up finding other reviews. And I just wanted to recap basically on yesterday because it's absolutely breathtaking. I'm just seeing if I can bring up what I want to bring up. Yeah, so if I go back to this here, like any of my content, you should be able to go to here and click on the description where I've put basically the breakdown of what's happened. But in here somewhere I normally have, is it description? I normally have a link. Oh, there it is. It doesn't actually bring it up. So let's just go to my website for a hurry. It won't be on this too long, and then we'll get stuck into the one that we're doing. So we go down to here. You can go to global camping, and this is a big investigation. But last night, after him going on about their 4.8 star review in Google, which is the only place that gives them 4.8 reviews in Google, I decided to do a little bit more deeping. So we went into TripAdvisor, and we should have a link, and read the reviews in TripAdvisor. Now get this. This is what scammers do. These photos, this is not a real deal. This is, as far as I'm concerned, this structure, these photos that they show aren't even, this isn't even in the complex. Is he taking it out? No. Yeah, so this image here doesn't even exist. So if you went to stay in this place, you'd expect this is the common area where everyone meets and has a few drinks. I don't know. Or this may be the kitchen here. I don't know. But this doesn't exist. And all these lovely images you see aren't meant to exist. So it's just absolutely batshit crazy. So you go to these, so when you read the reviews here, which was really quite exciting, is they've only got 2.3 out of 5. So it's just, we just undiscovered more stuff. So he pushed back at us and basically said that he's not a scammer. So we basically researched him more. So we've got August 2025, a 2-star review, 1-star review, another 1-star review, another 1-star review, a 3-star review, and, you get the idea. So that was quite cool. So when we go back to the messages that we've had just today, so now he's coming up with excuses.
Sir, I've faced legitimate business crises. I have all the proof of locations, operations, the hurricane, flood, tornado, hail. I am working on all these questions and would like a fair opportunity to rebuttal everything with you one-on-one and be able to share my screen and go through locations, etc.
And it infuriates me because he's going to say he's have all the proof of all these stuff, the stuff happening, and he wants a fair opportunity. When 7 days is a fair opportunity. And now he's trying to make out that it's all my problem and my problem. So this is what I said.
Devin, thank you for your message. As I've said from the beginning, you still have the right to reply, and that opportunity remains open. The issue isn't that the article has been published. The issue is that, despite being given the opportunity to respond, you have not yet answered the specific questions we sent you. If you have evidence of your locations, operations, weather events, permits, or any other matters that address those questions, I welcome you to provide it. Likewise, if there are any factual inaccuracies in the article, identify them specifically and provide supporting evidence so they can be reviewed. A one-on-one screen sharing meeting is not a substitute for answering the written questions. Written responses and supporting documentation create a clear record that can be verified. Your right of reply remains open. Once you've answered the outstanding questions and supplied the supporting evidence, I'll review everything fairly and, where appropriate, update the investigation to reflect any verified information you provide.
Yeah, and it's sort of breathtaking for us because we've done a lot of investigation. This one's a bit different, ironically. But however, we did have a Goliath investor who lost money, also was a global glamping investor. And they asked us if we'd investigate this, and we said, oh, yeah. And then we found out later on that they had invested in both opportunities. So there is a bit of an overlap here. But anyway, as you can see, we've had a bit of correspondence, and it's a normal rubbish that we get.
Yes, I will answer. Like I said, just have been super busy dealing with a lot and haven't had time to sit down and go through it. So if we can come to agreement to answer questions and have a meeting, that would be phenomenal. I am wanting to get an amicable resolution for everyone and not file bankruptcy, but this is making things even more difficult helping me to get resolutions.
So if he's got no more income stream and he can't get anyone to hire him as a personal trainer, I assume now that when anyone searches for his company, they're going to find my article, they're going to watch the video, they can see him come online and yell at me. You can see him posting all these messages that he posted in the chat room on the day. I'm actually going to have a look for them because they're actually, oh, thank goodness I have kept them. I was hoping I kept them. I'm just going to try something clever here. Let's go put back, that's what I want. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, not that it's really relevant, but it kind of is really relevant. I'm just going to have a quick look. Oh, that worked. So let's just go back to the screen here. And if you are new to my investigation, you don't know how I work, if we click on home, you can click on persons of interest. You don't get access to this. And then we can come down to our friend here that we've just been investigating, and I can go to screenshots. And then when he was in our chat room, he was very disrespectful for victims that were in there, to the point where we actually captured all his messages that he posted, which was 87 of them to be exact. And now we've got the type of attitude. And this guy's writing in all caps, you never gave me a timeline. 3 days is not enough. Guys, you want to talk to me? He even suggested that I could have been sent by God. And he uses religious undertones in everything he said. So it just makes me laugh. But they don't realize is that every time they open their mouth, they're actually giving us more fuel for the investigation. But the exciting part, and the thing is, which I hadn't quite finished showing before I got distracted myself, is he wrote to me and said that he's been super busy. And I wrote back, because I don't know if you watch Judge Judy. She often says, I don't care. So he goes, he interprets I don't care of the super busy to this. And this is quite priceless. And also threatening people to go bankrupt instead of fighting his way out of it. You know, why would you claim that you're going to go bankrupt if you're claiming that you're not doing anything wrong? You know, like the business is returning, you invest, he's offering 40% return on people's investments in a 12-month period. They manage everything. They build the domes. They manage the domes. They clean the domes. They market the domes. And all you have to do is pay for the domes. And then you're going to get 40% return is what he's proposed to a lot of people. So we were just basically saying, have you got any happy customers that have actually used your concepts? You've delivered the domes and occupancy rates. We're asking him how he measures the occupancy rate, how he works out the percentages, and we're asking all those questions. We want to know the mechanics of the business that he's alleging is all in place, because everything that we've seen didn't. So anyway, he's interpreted I don't care, my Judge Judy statement, to this.
I do. I care about my clients, partners, and guests, sir. I have over 2,000 reviews and an average of 4.6. Have I had some unfortunate circumstances? Yes. But we are not fraud or scam, and I can prove that. So in the meantime, I will work on these answers, pics, videos, etc.
I don't want
All
pics
I
and
am
videos.
asking is an opportunity for you and I to have a discussion once that is completed, and we can do a live Zoom call and record for viewers. If I didn't care, Danny, I wouldn't be willing to come on camera, answer questions, work through solutions, etc. In all fairness, sir, you have me a few days to answer questions that took you months to put together, and I have been working on these projects for several years and started my vision 17 years ago. I am not avoiding or deflecting, as you can at least see, doing my best to work with you on this.
And this is a load of rubbish, because I haven't been working on this, investigating this for years, but the people that have been scammed have been asking for their money back for years, and they have all the receipts and the timestamps and the screenshots and the WhatsApp messages and the phone calls and the Zoom recordings, everything you could ever think of. So they've just handed that all over to me. I've got about 10, I've actually got 13 people in a WhatsApp group now that have all had connection to this guy, all had a terrible experience, all have evidence of proof, and we've got all that. And we did get some good stuff, which I'll actually put on a different screen. I'll see if I can read this. But this is my message to him. Now, I don't want to have a Zoom message with this guy because he's a narcissist. And he's not willing to talk or reason. He's had his day to do that, and he's failed every time. And if he thinks he can get on there and charm me or gaslight me or talk authoritatively to me and ignore the evidence that we have, it's time to put pen to paper and provide that evidence before we give up. But this is what I said to him, and while I'm listening to this, I'll bring up another screen.
Devin, thank you for your message. I appreciate that you're continuing to engage and that you're willing to answer questions publicly. As I've said throughout this investigation, your right of reply remains open. My objective has never been to prevent you from responding. It has always been to obtain answers to the specific questions raised by investors and the evidence we've gathered. The issue isn't whether you've experienced legitimate business challenges. Many businesses face setbacks. The questions relate to the representations made to investors, the delivery of what was promised, the current status of projects, and the concerns raised by multiple individuals. If you can provide written answers together with supporting documents, photographs, videos, contracts, permits, financial records, or any other relevant evidence, I'll review everything objectively. If any part of the investigation requires correction or updating based on verifiable evidence, I'll do so. Once you've provided your written response and supporting evidence, I'm happy to arrange a recorded Zoom discussion so viewers can hear your side directly and ask questions in the context of the evidence you've supplied. The investigation remains open, and so does your opportunity to respond.
Yeah, so I'll be honest, guys, I don't even put any thought into replying to these people now. I literally have a thread on ChatGPT, and when these people come back to me with answers, I get angry. I'm human. I get upset. I get frustrated. I would like to call them a dirty, disgusting scammer, and if you watch some of my videos in the past, you've seen that I've lost my plot sometimes. But these days, because of my prestige as an international scam reporter, investigator, whatever, I've got to be pretty PC. So I don't get emotional. And my advice to anybody that's corresponding with these people is take emotion out of your response. Use ChatGPT. Tell it that sometimes you get a wee bit angry and fed up and you like swearing at people. It never does you any good. So my responses are always methodical, calculated, and I have an agenda. And that is to basically get the truth. So that's what we're doing here. But anyway, today I did receive some feedback, which is really exciting. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit of what's coming for our friend Devon. And I'll see if I can read this without incriminate anyone. He's going to get caught. What have we got? So I read a pretty cool message. Okay. Okay, so we've actually got, let's just say we've got a special agent working on the case, which is really amazing. And, the chances of him getting into serious shit was 99.9. No one can promise that. But then what I'm calling these Avengers here is they are actually saying, what are they saying? They're actually telling me, I'm actually going to bring up some footages. They are telling me, let's see if I can find these images that you sent me, Susie. Did they come out anywhere? What they are telling me is there's an investigation going on, which is above my pay scale. Oh, here they are. I want to see if I can get all these pictures and put them on the screen. Downloads. Let's see if I put them on my desktop. So what is really exciting? Oh, hey, excuse me. Hey, the scripter, is that hamburger online yet? Oh, cool. All right. Thanks. A couple of things I'm going to have a bit of fun here, guys, because you've got to, some things don't need words. I'm going to put some stuff on the screen to make you laugh. And while I'm doing it, I want to play the AAA's theme song. And I'm going to play it from start to finish while I get ready for the next segment of my live, which is exposing e-real estate. But we've actually got ourselves a new T-shirt that's going to be, well, it has been released. And we've also got some images that these new team of Avengers that are fighting Devon have put together. I haven't done it, but I want to put them on the screen so we can all have a bit of a laugh. But the Avengers are actually making a huge difference. And the amount of intel that we have been getting for years, but now it's just we're right in the middle of all this online investment scam crap. Our database, this database that you're looking at here right now, the person of interest, over 1,000 individuals, names, history, even silly things like this guy here, I'm using him as an example, who's either had his LinkedIn account hacked and people are using his image to impersonate a scam, which blows me away. We have a history of him. We have a history of the scams that he's promoting. This scam is something that people would land on and think, oh, this looks interesting. Oh, it goes up every day, $1 million worth of capital. They've got another 20,000 members have joined. All this is rigged. You would look at this and think, oh my goodness, is this the real deal? But when you get on the internet and you search for a scam, because you're wondering if it's a scam, you put that in there, and over here, you can see that I come up here. Number one, LinkedIn comes up this time. Through here, my articles come up. So if anyone wants to do research and find out whether this company's a scam, not only do they get the documented evidence, the PDF documents where the guy that's promoting it's been ordered to pay 165,000 Canadian dollars. And this is this is what is happening right now. Is that the right one? I'm just thinking I might have actually, I think I've stuffed up my introduction for my next live. Anyway, I think I might have. But anyway, here's what I'm getting at. So imagine anyone doing research about this opportunity, they will search it, find my website. And the same goes. So the unfortunate thing at the moment, let's go back to our camping guy, right? If anyone's going to do any business with global glamping. There's two things they might do. The first thing, unfortunately, what they're going to do is probably search for global glamping. They search and they find his website there. You can read all his propaganda, all his marketing material, and you might be enticed to investigate. But you come down here a little bit, we still don't find anything about him. You can go to the Better Business Bureau and read the negative reviews. And then 18 hours ago, there was a video done. But look, you've got these other suggested claims. When you guys are researching people, you need to click on the reviews, or you need to write things like global glamping scam or reviews. Well, let's go reviews. And now what do you get? Well, now you get the Better Business Bureau coming up, and then you get my website coming up. You get the Reddit comments coming up. You get the website itself coming up. Then you get them coming up. See, we're outranking it. And then you've got the big one. A month ago, is global glamping legit or a scam? So even I don't know what that is, because that's a month ago.
This platform has been reported by many users for suspicious activity. It promises high profits, but the numbers show...
So you see what's happening here? This company is a fraud, claiming to people they'll help get their money back who've invested. And this is 28 views a month ago, but they've picked up the quotes been in the internet as this company's been talked about as a scam for far too long. They use this video to entice you to go to their website, and then they will entice you to reach out to them on WhatsApp. You can see their WhatsApp number up here, and then they will help you get your crypto back. So a scam company is using global glamping as a hook to allure people who have lost their money to scams to see if they can get scammed again. And this is the world that we fight day in, day out. Anyway, what I'm going to say is I'm going to put some stuff on the screen from our new Avengers. Bear in mind that we have a database that is building every day, which is making the Avengers, the Anti-Fraud Alliance, AAA, stronger every day. And it's really exciting to see what's happening there. So allow me, play some music, and I'll show you some pictures. And if I can remember what else I was going to show you, I'll do that as well. But I want you to listen to the words of our song, because this is exactly what the Avengers are all about. Hopefully you can hear that loud and clear.
It always starts with a promise, financial freedom, passive income, a better life. The smiles look real, the testimonials sound convincing, the chat fills with applause. But behind the screens, behind the webinars, behind the fake success stories, another family loses everything, a retirement disappears. A mortgage is gone, a lifetime of savings stolen by a lie. Then the messages arrive, I've lost everything. I don't know how to tell my family. Can you help? That's where our story begins. Daddy to help, the Avengers. The Avengers Anti-Fraud Alliance, standing with victims, following the evidence, exposing deception, speaking the truth. No false hope, no empty promises, just facts, just evidence, just the truth. We don't wait until the headlines appear. We walk into the Zoom meetings. We ask the questions nobody else will ask. We archive the websites. We follow the blockchain. We trace the companies. We preserve the evidence. Open source intelligence. Digital footprints. Corporate records, because scammers always leave a trail. They delete the videos, they report the channels, they threaten lawsuits, they launch smear campaigns. But facts don't disappear, truth leaves a permanent record. Daddy to help, the Avengers Anti-Fraud Alliance, Independent journalism, independent investigation, helping victims understand what really happened. Naming the people behind the lies, making it harder for organized fraud to survive.
Mixed up.
Justice moves slowly, we expose, we document, we educate, we warn, we disrupt, we notify regulators, we inform journalists, we protect the evidence, because every investigation could stop the next victim from losing everything. This isn't about revenge. It's about accountability. This isn't about clicks. It's about consequences for every family, for every retirement, for every victim. We'll keep asking questions. We'll keep exposing fraud. We'll keep standing up. Standing up. The Avengers. Standing up. The Avengers Anti-Fraud Alliance. Victims first. Truth always. No scam.
Wow. So if you haven't found my music, it's pretty amazing. But these screenshots really are not just funny. They're actually quite sobering in a way, because, you know, the whole concept behind this business was that you were going to have someone build a glamping tent for you, manage it for you, check in guests, change the sheets, service it for you, and then you get a return on investment. But I can tell you, the fundamental flaws. When we went through the investigation yesterday, he had the city coming after him because of the sewage, because of he's creating dwellings. And if you can create dwellings that are tents, you're going to come up with a whole lot of reasons why you can't just do that. Otherwise, everyone in the world would be living in a tent. Okay, I know it's different in Bangladesh and India and all that, but you know, the concept of what he was doing was quite good, but the reality is you can't do it. And this is what's probably got this guy screeched to a halt. Is your scammer pretending to be a man of faith, but you lost money, faith over fraud? And what we have been trying to do lately in big time, and all these here, I will publish these. Oh my goodness. Did you lose your money and your scammer is working out all day? You know, after losing, these are just, and we've got to go hard after these guys, because what my goal is for no one else to lose money to this guy. We want this guy to be dead in the water. We don't want him to have anything. And this one here, whoever put this one here together takes the cake. It is absolutely amazing what you got to do with AI. And this is the era where we use AI to actually fight these guys. As you just listened to, we've actually got and I recommend that you download this on your phone, but Sono, I don't even know how to say it, but this is my music. So these are I currently have 23 songs, and you can see that we've put them together for every scam. I literally in the car listen to these on the way home. The words are actually, let's say, humorous, but if you read them, there's also a very sobering set of words that come out of the lyrics that we're creating. So we're at the moment we're going to town on using AI to fight back scammers. That's probably really the trick of it all. So now I've just realized that I have prepared my notes for my next introduction and my next scam, and I've used the wrong notes. So I'll just have a second to fix that, and then hopefully we will be able to start my recording. Now, if you don't know what I do, I actually record and read my blogs, read my investigations to you live, And then this is my live recording that I do. And obviously we've got a flurry of people in the chat room, which we really, really like having feedback and real-time responses to. And then what we do is I chop this up later on and I put this on my live section, on my, what I call, I don't even know what to call it now, actually. How do we call it? The published version. So this is, I'm going to show you, just so you fully understand what I'm doing here, because some people go, oh, this video's gone for ages. Well, I'm literally uploading a 6.5 hour video from yesterday, which is at the moment, it is 55% uploaded, and it is a 5.5 hour thing. So let me just give you an education, because sometimes we lose our audience if we're going too long. But if we went to yesterday's live, you can see that in the live section of my YouTube channel, I stamped them uncut. So far, that's had 350 views. And here's the original
Global
video.
Glamping LLC.
And I've got to have a live, but you can see the conversation is still live in the chat box, and you can listen to that. So when we got to about here, we actually had this fella, finally, after waiting 30 minutes like I politely asked him to, we let him on the stage, and then he tried to control the stage. But what I should be doing is I should actually be time stamping, so you can actually use the timestamps to go to this part rather than having to find it. But if you ever are, you can use that thumbnail thing and go through. But just have a quick listen to see the attitude this guy got.
There will be a button there, and we've got you on stage here. There you go, mate. Nice to have you on stage. Thank you for coming along.
Yes.
Right.
Oh my God.
My God, did you say?
I said, oh my gosh, yeah.
Oh, right. Isn't that right? How can we help you?
Oh, I'm just here for the show, guys. Like everyone out there, look, I understand that you're making all this effort to defame me and, to create slander and defamation when I have a list of everything. We literally had a hurricane in Georgia, down.
And straight away I listen to this and I go, oh my goodness, this guy's out of the gate spewing up online, basically saying that our investigation is defamation and a character assassination, basically. And that's what he got out of our investigation. He didn't look at all the victims that lost all the money. And that's how he comes out of it. And I thought, I'll let him have a little bit of rope before I kick him off, because I just can't stand this type of people. This is why we do what we do. These guys here, we don't want any investor to ever invest with this guy at the moment. We don't want any big chubby person that needs to lose weight to even hire him as a personal trainer, because now we have this guy, he's on the run basically. He's got no income. We'll cut him off financially. And then he will either have to give an apology and work his way through paying back all the people that he's taken the money from and do something, or he basically, as he said, he's threatening to go bankrupt. But at least we don't get anyone else invested.
Down all the trees. We had a flood and a tornado that almost took out Diamond Glamping, that literally shut us down for almost 2 months. Had a hailstorm in Glacier National Park that ruined all the domes. That's why you see those domes with the guests.
So have you got insurance?
Yeah, but insurance doesn't cover hail and snow in Glacier.
Right. So wouldn't a simple solution just be to all the people that have given me all the contracts just to say it didn't work out and refund them?
Yeah, that would be a simple solution, sir. But at the same time, they signed a 60-month, 5-year rev share agreement. And when the company went into a force majeure clause, that's pausing the rev share payout so we can actually maneuver and get all of the things back on track for the company.
So the guy was such a liar, because he had taken $98,000 from a young couple. I think they're young. And they had invested. They thought that their domes were finished and complete. And the reason why they thought that is because they were receiving monthly dividends from the guests that were coming to stay in these domes. And then the monthly dividends stopped, him claiming tornadoes, hurricanes, nuclear bomb attacks, whatever it was. And then they found out that the domes that they had invested in never were built in the first place. So, of course, that would raise some amazing questions. And we were live for 6 hours yesterday, and not one happy customer come along to defend him at all. And all he could do was fast talk me. So I'm going to play some of this because it was breathtaking just listening to him go. Sorry, it's a bit messy on the screen. There's a lot there, but you can hear the voice.
Like we have like a lot of people are saying that our locations are AI, that I'm not even real, that our locations are not even.
So I never even published anything
New
like that.
donation from Danny the Avengers. You are loved.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh, and at the moment, I am planning to go to America, and I do have a fundraiser to get me to America to see Christopher Delgado sentenced on the 8th of October. That's I'm definitely going to go, I've decided. But if you want to give me some fundraising towards getting there, I can't afford to travel. I don't get paid enough from YouTube clicks to afford international travel. But if you want to support me in the work I do, a lot of people want to see me there, and I think I have to be there. So I've actually just asked the scripter to actually start looking for flights for me, and I'm going to book them. So I need the money. So if you want to donate towards what we're doing, please do. I really do. But don't, people that have just joined into our YouTube channel, we've been doing this for 5 years, and this guy is nothing new. The legal threats, bring it on, claiming that I need to talk to his lawyers that I don't even believe exist. This guy is a washed up scammer. He's out of money. He's desperate, and he's taken advantage of people in vulnerable positions. And we're talking about one lady who come on here, and Meg. She received a disability for an accident. She's disabled. She's on a disability. She received a lump sum. That lump sum was going to be for her future. So she looked at what he had to offer. And to be honest, when you looked at what he had to offer and the concept sounds fantastic, it's all good marketers, because he's actually a marketer who uses sales funnels and marketing techniques. That's his background that we showed you in the blog yesterday. So he's done all this flash marketing, and then he's gone to people that are in religious communities, claim that he's a man of faith, found people that have had hardship in their life. One lady received $80,000 payout for her medical condition. I can't remember what she said, sorry. And then he's got her to invest that money into a joint business. So the business that he got her to join into was already established, and they bought somebody else's, let's just say, disaster. But he omitted all the disaster stuff out of the business they bought together. And, it's just went pear-shaped. And then she decided she'd had enough, and he agreed to pay her back. So then the first month paid $8,500. The following month, I think it was around about $3,500. Then it was no money, then $500, and then all the payments stopped. So I can't remember exact figures, but out of her $80,000, she actually managed to get, I think, around about $20,000, $25,000 of that money back. And he still owes her $54,000 comes to mind. And he's taken advantage of that type of person. In the meantime, he's on his Facebook page quoting from God. So yesterday when he was live, you'll hear me talk about how God was with him, how God sent me. So
and a lot of these people in the, in the chat, I literally talked to, multiple times and have, worked through solutions. But if, like, for example, one of your people that came to you, she literally, we had a 3-month conversation, and
that's a long conversation.
Finally was able to move forward on a deal, exercise the contracts, and the very next day made a wire fraud claim to my bank.
Now, if somebody was a perfectly happy customer and you delivered on all your promises, can you absolutely give me some sort of slight hint why she would do a wire fraud claim on you? I mean, this is the type of shit that this guy wants me to believe. And I'm sitting here trying to run a live stream broadcasting in 6 different places like I am today. And this guy is out here just making shit up out of thin air and blaming everyone else for his own actions.
Saying that she didn't mean to sign the contract and make the wire, and then started this huge thing. So
the huge thing was the property that they bought, if he's talking about the same lady I know of, is it come with a whole lot of reasons why they couldn't even run the business on the property. And she decided to do amazing research and find out the history of the property that they had gone into a joint venture with. So there's always two sides to the story, as he said himself. It's his side, the lady's side, and the truth. But in this case, the evidence speaks for itself. Now, he actually started repaying the money as they negotiated out of court. And then he even stopped paying the money after he'd made that negotiation. So let's just say they went into partnership together. Things went sour. She cried foul and obviously tried to cut off his payment by complaining about, how he's collecting money. This guy was taking money with Cash App, Gazelle, all those sort of payments. He was even branding it as a company called Global Camping LLC and then taking money under another entity. So she's obviously cried foul. And then he said, okay, let's negotiate an exit strategy. I'll pay you out. He starts paying the money, which means he agreed to the exit strategy and to pay her out. And he paid $8,500, as I said. And then if I think this is the same story he's referring to, I'm not 100% sure, so you can't quote me on that. And we've actually got over 10 people now that have provided information. I've got 4 or 5 contracts. All of them have been disasters. He agreed to pay back that person's money and even didn't stick to that agreement, which means it's just ridiculous.
You guys might have some evidence that you have, but I have a
you've actually gone down the track of just saying that we are doing this for defamation. You haven't actually answered any of the questions that I've given you. So if you want to do this
I haven't
properly,
had time.
can you?
I told you this.
No, I gave you enough time. I gave you enough time, and going by, excuse me, I'm talking. I gave you enough time, and going by all the correspondence I've received from all your investors, you use stalling tactics all the time. So I'm going to go down that track. Now, if you had a court date and you had to appear in the court on July the 19th, you'd have to be there. So I gave you 7 days to give a response, and I've got nothing other than you telling me that you're going to engage with lawyers, and
Sir,
I'm causing defamation. Why is this defamation?
Sir, you said July 13th that you're going to be posting an article. Well, first of all, you misrepresented yourself in that you wanted to be an affiliate trying to get information. So that was
aren't I, as a reporter, allowed to ask about your affiliate program?
Yeah, but you didn't ask about my affiliate program. You stated that you wanted to become an affiliate and that you wanted more information. So those
What's
are two
wrong with
different
that?
Things. There's nothing wrong with that. But again,
Did you answer me? Did you answer me?
Yeah, I did. With what I saw, because I knew that was a weird number and I knew something was weird going on. So I wanted to wait to see what you were really wanting.
So he didn't.
But this is besides the point.
Sounds a bit sketchy to me, mate.
You know what's sketchy is telling me that you're going to do a report, telling me on the 13th, literally letting you know that I have a super busy week. I have a lot of stuff going on.
I don't care. I don't care about your weekend at all. I don't care about your hurricanes. I don't care about your tornadoes. I don't care. I gave you enough time to respond, and you threatened me with legal action.
3 days to respond when
I gave him 7 days. But look, these photos, these are brilliant, guys. I mean, look at this. How many natural disasters can a scammer claim to have? Apparently all of them. We've got fires, tornadoes in here, volcanoes, and here we are, the people that invested in the domes. They take your money and make up every excuse. So, it's breathtaking, but it's another day in the office. But this one was completely different. 7 days. 7 days.
Let me ask you a question. You keep
interrupting me. It's my interview, mate. It's my interview, and I gave you 7 days, and I just read through that, showing everyone that I gave you 7 days.
You did not give me 7 days. You gave me 3. Today's the 19th.
I can show you in an email. I've just shown everybody I gave you 7 days, and you just... So what is interesting, 11 minutes into the video I did, we went through all his correspondence and laid it out. There's no way you can dispute the correspondence. I haven't deleted any of his messages. We played his voice recording. I showed the response. He even responded to my response saying, I'm not going to extend the time. And then this whole conversation turned into a conversation about him not having enough time to respond when I gave him 7 days and just said, I'm not going to keep letting you extend your excuses, because I don't want another day to go. I don't want another investor to invest with this guy and another day going by where I didn't publish our findings. And the findings are all court documents and contracts. We've got the receipts. So there's no excuses anymore. He didn't even need to respond to anything. I just gave him the right of reply. but he wants to sit here and control the conversation using this to.
Well, okay.
You are using this as a deflection. Excuse me, sir. I'm going to cut you off. You're using deflection. I'm sick and tired of people like you using deflection. I gave you 7 days to respond, and now we're arguing about the timeline. I'm going to cut you off.
I need to ask you a question, sir.
No, you don't.
How
many days did I gave you 7 days to respond, and now you're changing the narrative. You're not going to control the narrative.
How many days?
You are not controlling the narrative. Goodbye. So yeah, it's not. I don't like yelling at people down the mic. But what obviously happened at the end, we now have got we've got all these 86 messages in the chat room, and this was before he'd come online. So just to put that in perspective for you, just so we can put this one in the bag for today. So these screenshots that you see here, this is how many messages a CEO of a company that we believe's taken millions of dollars from people, claiming that he's going to produce, a passive income return for people who invest. He's taken their money. And this is the messages that we received in the chat room before you saw that interview. The guy is a narcissistic scammer, and somebody's got to make him accountable. Now, fortunately enough, we know that the government is after him, and there's a full-blown investigation. So don't not do anything. If please do put in your claims if you haven't already. Now, how to do that, we'll help you. You go to my YouTube channel, you will see that we have an area called Post. If you click on Post, you'll see that in here we have Global Clamping Investor and Customer, Your Voice Matters. So in here, you will see that we've actually highlighted all the actually links you can click on. And you can go in through here, and if you've had a bad experience, make sure. Now, one of the first thing I noticed was different about this investigation was the quality of intel I got from the victims. One of them was a full statement, and obviously some people invested $25,000. Some of them, I'm pretty sure the figure was over $300,000. I can't quite remember what it was, to be honest. But I know it's not his money, it's their money, and he shouldn't have taken their money. But you can go through here and you can find the complaint. And if you go to the ic3.gov, you'll see how to file a complaint. If you get stuck when filing these complaints, please reach out to the Avengers because we're here to help you. Now, we did actually put a link in the chat room yesterday to people that might want to join our group. You will be scrutinized if you want to join the group. I will message you directly. But I'll put the link in the chat room today. Gazelle, sorry, Admiral, it's Zell. Yeah, so all good, how do I say, all good scammers will use payment gateways until the payment gateways get reported and then they lose them. We heard a case yesterday how he asked somebody to return the money to some unhappy travelers through somebody else's Cash App or Zelle account. And then he was giving them cash because he couldn't refund money to people any other way. Airbnb, we've noticed that Airbnb no longer has them listed as a property. So if you want to check a lot of the statements, you can actually literally go Global Camping and just type in Airbnb, and you'll see that you can see the Airbnb. Oh, have they cleaned up the results already? I think they may have done. Oh, no. Here we go. So Diamond Glamping, Treehouse. Oh, no, that's a different company. So they've actually cleaned up those. I think they might have cleaned up. Oh, no, maybe here. No, it looks like they've actually cleaned up those results out of the search engine. So if we go Global Glamping, Airbnb, I think they've all been stripped out. Let's try that one. I might have spelled it wrong. Tents, New Zealand. Global Glamping, Instagram. Yeah, so it wouldn't be fair to bring up those other ones. But if you were trying privately, I think they have. They've actually stripped them out of the search engine. So yesterday when we did a search for Global Glamping Airbnb, they actually showed the listings in the search results, but when you clicked on them, it came up with a 404 error. And then we received a receipt of him posting on his Facebook page alleging, would you believe, that Airbnb's account has been hacked and all their listings have been removed off Airbnb. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, so these are all local ones. So that's just funny, isn't it? But I'm pretty sure if I go Airbnb, where have I got Airbnb? Oh, Airbnb. Yeah, so these are, so these will be the links. Here we go. If I click on that, yeah, see, that's all the Airbnb links. We should actually keep one of those for reference, but I don't think so. He's alleging that his Airbnb stuff has all been removed, which is absolutely batshit crazy. Oh dear. Anyway, I wanted to give you an update. So we've had an update on what's happening with the Tate brothers and also Tomo and Mikey, who is running a scam. We also have told you that we've added a couple of extra wee paragraphs into the blog. I didn't want to miss out the TripAdvisor ratings, which give them 2.8 or 2.48 reviews in there. We've also, while I was doing the blog, we did actually add a couple of photos of him in there dressed up in his jumpsuit, which was quite exciting. And also we've got some other information. So we haven't even really started the investigation, but please, if you have been a victim, reach out to us, reach out to me, and we'll put you into a room. And the only other thing I really wanted to show you was our merch store. Now, those people who've been following Christopher Delgado, a scammer that we have managed to get locked up for 50 years, he has he's claimed that he's never failed in business, but he had got fired from In-N-Out Burger, and he also got fired for working for Grant Cardone. So yesterday we launched our new, wait for it, our deep fried Delgado In No Out Scam burger t-shirt. So that looks really good. The scripter, you've done a bloody good job. It's absolutely amazing. That is so funny. So if you want one of those t-shirts, I think I have to get myself one of those t-shirts and wear that when I go to Orlando. And I don't know, what does it look like in orange? Let's have a look, because orange is sort of my colors. Wait. That is just absolutely batshit crazy. So if you go to store.deheck, you'll see my merch store. I'm wondering why the orange isn't coming up. I want to click on that again. Let's have a look. It's taking a wee bit of time. Jim Browning is joining. Hello, I don't think it's Jim Browning. Jim Browning would be a laugh. Look, how can it be Jim Browning when we can see your ceiling tiles? Bob is our, if you don't know Bob, everyone, Bob is one of those unsung heroes. And I told you that I was going to go live and I forgot to, didn't I? So I'm assuming, hey, that's not working. I'm assuming that's all over now, because you told me to go into the Zoom meeting and check out the, I can't even remember how to pronounce it. Is it over? Subtext. Cribex. So what happens?
Don't worry, you got the blame.
Did I? Oh, did I? All right. So you caused disruption. That's brilliant. So this is what Bob does. He rings up people and makes them accountable. There I am.
He actually encouraged us to report to the South African police.
Really? Wow. There's something else going down in South Africa at the time, and it's major news. One of our scammers is basically on his last legs, and but I can't tell you. But when I have news, make sure I'll do a live bulletin. Nick Kerrick comes in at 3:00 in the morning. I'm going to go live and tell everybody. So this is another scam that we've been investigating, and Bob, because I've been distracted with Goliath and all these other scams, I haven't had a chance to go into Zoom meetings and cause disruption, which is our forte. But this is where the meeting was held, and I said to you when I was coming home, I'll try to get in there and be live, but obviously I didn't. I failed.
New donation from Dirty Devon wrapped in a blue condom suit.
Dirty Devon wrapped in a blue condom suit. That's what I called him yesterday. If you don't know what they're talking about, that is so funny.
Don't worry, I recorded it.
Did you? Yeah. So it's hard. We were actually really doing the Lord's work in some way. But this lady here is the funniest lady I've ever seen running a scam.
He goes, you're a coward. Why did you leave the meeting? And then I get back on the meeting and go, you kicked me out. Do you want me to show the screenshot to everybody in the room?
Oh, my God.
And then Noah had to admit that he kicked me out.
Oh, my goodness.
On the recording.
They're hopeless, aren't they? Because we go into these Zoom meetings, and if we push play here, you'll see that what we normally do is
And I think it's a Chinese scam because Natalie, the lady, I discovered a hidden room where the Chinese were sending in the room the TikTok version of Crybex, the YouTube channel. And it's all in Chinese.
Because when we've gone, this lady here does everything in the name of God, which is really sad as well. But we actually managed to find the lady's history. Have you seen the history of it? I think that's her there. So this is when she was nobody.
Yeah, no, she has like 2 videos.
Yeah. And this is like
supposedly the CEO only ever made 2 videos in her lifetime.
Yeah, that's right.
Come
and
on.
She shaved her head.
Find me a Fortune 500 CEO who only has 2 videos.
She's crazy. And then
even
she
Bill
shaved
Gates has a bunch of
Okay.
videos. Even one of him getting pied in the face.
Oh, it's crap. And then now she's got a new image where she looks like a boss. She's got more hair in that one, but most of the time, all her paraphernalia, her hair's like shaven off, like she's a hard mean boss. Where is it? Is it that one there? She's got hair there, but she shaved it right off. She looked like something from Aliens.
I gotta attend the scam school so I can find out where they go. When you're being talked about, that's how you know you made it. Well, they all use the exact same line. They almost attend the exact same class.
Yeah, I think they used to get NLP training, and then that's where they learned how to manipulate people by saying the same word 6 times. You will invest. You will invest. But Susie and I was talking today, and she was telling us that she's got photos of Goliath Mike, and another scammer who were taken at the same complex. They were like driving, you know how they have the Rolls Royces parked outside the airplanes, and all those sort of shots. Well, they were using the same imagery, promoting similar scams as 2 different entities. And it's like, oh, you must go to scammer school. And they go, oh, you need a profile photo. Here's a Rolex watch. Put that on. Let us take a couple of photos of you walking around with your Rolex watch to make it look like you're a success. Oh, it's just absolutely crazy.
That'll be $1,000 for the photos and $1,000 for the fake Rolex.
Bald is beautiful. Now we just found out what Neville has no hair. I'm lucky I've got hair. I went to the hairdresser yesterday and he wanted to have a discussion about what I did with this piece of hair. And I said, really? And then he suggested that I leave these bits long so I can push them down and pretend I've got hair. And I said, I didn't even get my hair cut the way I wanted, because normally I say shorter the better. I would be quite happy with an inch. Yeah.
Who's Wayne Nugent?
Wayne Nugget. Where'd you get that name from?
He set up for World Ventures.
World Ventures. I know those names.
That was our buddy who's in World Ventures in another scam.
Yeah.
Susie's gonna probably pop up and like, you guys don't remember?
Say that again. Say it in a Susie voice.
You guys don't remember?
So people know who you are, Bob. How long have you been with the Avengers for?
I don't know. How long now?
I reckon it could be 4 years or more.
Yeah, because we met back in before it was 3FO.
Yeah, because we met Bob one day. We was in a Zoom meeting, and I was trying to cause as much disruption as possible. And then all of a sudden, Tugman turned up, and we won't tell you who Tugman is, but I'll leave it to your imagination. And it was meant to be a 24-hour stream. What was that?
You can only see that on Danny's Patreon. You have to
I think that's why I got removed off. It was an absolutely scream. I think I'm actually going to try that. What was it called? It was we.
Wow, that was it.
We are all Satoshi. And it was it was banana.
And then they must have took scamming school 200.
It was amazing. But anyway, they were going to have what were they going to do? They were going to do something exciting. They were going to have a 24-hour stream, and then the Avengers found out about it, and it lasted 6.5 hours because we crashed it, and they had no choice but to shut down the meeting. And it was such a scream. I wonder if they found it. We are all Satoshi. Or maybe I need to search for Tugman. But boy, we've had some fun over the years. Fraud. Even Rob keeps coming up. The bald man. Now there's our bald man. See, Nev, you're not the only bald man that's been here. We've got. Look at that. That's bald. And look, I've still got the same hair. At least I don't seem to be losing my hair. Watch how Tugman. I don't want to put too much Tugman on. But this is
the best line, though, I think one of the best lines you said, though, was, "We've been around 9 months, so that makes us legitimate."
Oh, is that right? Oh, my God, that's so funny. Yeah, because a lot of these scams that we produce claim that time gives them credibility. And never.
Oh, how long was BD Bob around? They were longer than you guys.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. There it is, Bob. Oh, hopefully. So this is the day I met Bob.
Am I live?
All right.
I don't know if I'm live.
And here they are having a celebration open up. It's a 5.5 hour stream. So we were in this meeting of theirs while they were partying about the launch of their new problem for at least.
We just left it running, I think, at one point.
Yeah, they had like everyone popping up with their logos on, and then
I don't remember.
I don't know if I can play this without getting myself in the shit, but it's so
just give everybody a time so they know where to go.
If you want to watch this investigation, but at this time we never knew Bob. Now, Bob, nobody in the Avengers has actually seen Bob's face. We know that he's got 6 toes because we saw him walking down the road one day. Yeah. But Jarvis here, the guy in the white suit here, he used to smoke on camera. We got him a few times. He had a stroke, and he was claiming that there was a $300,000 lawsuit where I had to pay for his legal expenses because I caused him to have the stroke.
And then we showed the smoking video.
He was the predecessor of Sam Lee. Now, Sam Lee got charged by America for running a $1.9 billion scam. And Bloomberg even did a documentary about him and Sam, and I got to feature in it. It took 10 months to put it together. So it's quite a laugh. But I can't see Tugman. Maybe it was... Where's Tugman gone? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Was it here? But anyway, it stopped the Zoom. We closed it down, didn't we? But I can't find Tugman. It was such a funny one. I think we actually might be a bit normal. Where is Tugman? I can't find it. They're all celebrating, though. In the middle of a big celebration about opening up this scam, the Avengers turn up. But we couldn't stop them, but Tugman did. No, must be another one. Maybe I was talking about Tugman. Tugman. Oh, my God. How many scams? It's like shooting fish in a barrel. That's what I was trying to figure out to say to somebody today. Because some of these scammers are now so trapped, they can't get out of it.
I got a crazy idea.
Have you
a
really?
real crazy idea.
Okay. Share it with your mate. Share it to the world.
One idea. We're just going to run. You're not going to talk. We're just going to put our nice music behind it. And we're going to run all the people. And just put the name of the scam, like Crybex. And we're just going to run their photo across the screen without their names.
Oh.
Like, do you recognize these people? Kind of like America's Most Wanted. Do you recognize this man?
And all of my NFTs were gone.
Yeah.
Your police was in the meeting tonight.
Yeah, I can't find it. Yeah, but anyway.
One of your favorite people was in the meeting tonight.
Oh, was it? Carl? No, it's your favorite person.
No, that's my favorite person. Carl and Larry Lane's mine.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, well, maybe enough shenanigans for now, but you get the idea. We've had a lot of fun.
Danny, why don't you come in? I'll give you a hint, Danny. Why don't you come in with your real name?
Is that what they say? Because you won't let me in.
No. No, that's the person. Do you know who it is?
Won't let me come in. Oh, my goodness. Really? Of course I know who it is. Honda. Mashonda. My Honda. Oh my God, is she that desperate that she's? Oh, these are funny. These people. It's like we monitor scammers' YouTube accounts, right? So I've got a Ponzi scheme account, right, and we've got Megan Lynch. I could go down here all day long. So where's Marsh Honda? Marsh Honda. Oh, look, it's
And
just too
the new
many.
person, the U Estate. He's the E Estate scammer. He was in there too. I'm like, how many people can I pick out?
Do you
There's
think?
another voice, like
Do you think
Lynn
she's in the
Harris.
E estate as well?
Yeah. Who?
Mashonda.
Marshanda?
Oh, there she is. She's right at the top of the list. So this is a scammer who promoted Trade Technologies, which was I think a $17 million or $14 million scam. And now she's providing, 13 days ago, she was providing crypto classes, probably so that she get them to sign up on that trading platform.
Correct.
But
They all the ongoing trend now is academies. They're all doing academies.
Yeah. So she's in that. So with E-Estate, which is the next one that we're about to do, what do you, who do you know who's, because we've got the line up here, I don't know if you can see my screen.
Andy Galloway
Galloway.
comes to mind. He's the UK guy. We
Yes,
got our
that's
buddy
right.
Anthony
That's right.
Deloach along with his wife. Those are
Anthony DeLaunch, Anthony.
yeah, and what Sherry Sherrill, whatever her name is.
Brandon Ivy.
Brandon Ivy was in there for a while. Yep.
Yeah. Susie must be a couple of minutes behind. We can talk about her until she catches up. Yeah, so check out our deep fried Del Go to go hamburger, no scam, in and out scam burger t-shirt, which is absolutely fantastic. I don't know why the orange isn't working though. Sort of crapped out on that. Try blue. And you can even get it on socks if you want. So, or you can get the wife beater t-shirt, which is quite cool. There we go. Burger. Oh my goodness. That is so funny.
Are you still in the WhatsApp group? They left the WhatsApp group open.
What one?
The Cryptex.
Cryptex. Oh, have they? WhatsApp. Okay, so I think I get kicked out of those pretty quick. That's a fat pig, man.
No,
Why do
but you
scammers
get
like
kicked out
wires?
if you don't leave the group, you get to still see all the numbers.
Oh, I see. That's handy. I like it when they do that. It makes our life a lot handier, doesn't it?
The one lady's like, "Why are you calling me? Who are you trying to reach?" I'm like, the person who is involved in Crybex, who's involved in a Ponzi scheme.
Hey, what's
that's going to be fun.
While we've got you here, Bob,
and her phone number's in there.
Why don't we just have a quick look and see? We'll just show somebody a scam. Well, let's open up a couple of these scam Zoom meetings.
The only good one is Crybex that's going down. The rest of them are like the travel ones.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit tired of those. I don't want to sign in. Thanks very much. And if you are wondering what you can do, you can uninstall Zoom on your computer and you can just use the web browser to connect. And then if you get kicked out, you just empty the cache of your computer and you relaunch yourself. It's quite simple. But I just want to show our viewers what some of these Zoom meetings look like. Waiting to start the meeting, waiting to start. And this one here, waiting to start. So none of those are going to happen soon. We'll try that one.
No, I don't think there's any going right now.
Well, it's 2:00, so it's 9:00 somewhere in the world where most of them happen.
I think the Chinese one might be going soon.
I just want to have a wee. Would be rude with having you on the line because we haven't caught up for a while because I've been too busy. Crypto tech. Let's just have a look at some of these other ones.
And Chavez bores me. He like ever since the stroke, he's just like
he's
you want to
different
fall
now,
asleep?
isn't he? Yeah.
Just listen to that one, everybody. If you need to like really fall asleep, put on a Rift, and you'll be out cold probably before the end of it.
That's quite cool. We need Richard. I rang up Richard accidentally while he's getting his afternoon nap in because we kept him up late last night. Richard's the red Raptor, and he's the guy that drives the trucks into scammers. But yeah, so that's good. Looks like nothing's going to happen there. All right, better get on with the show. I think, but it would be quite neat to pop in and have a look at a meeting where people are gaslighting other people into investing into Ponzi schemes and scams. It does happen, but there's nothing seems to be happening right now. But normally at 2:00, I normally have people doing something naughty. So yeah, so we'll have a look at that. I've got to do an investigation on TradingView, and also the truetrade.io. I'll have a look at that. But other than that, we're pretty much to get stuck into our next live.
I would like everybody to get involved with Crybex and record stuff because the lady encouraged us to report her, and I would love to see her reaction if they kick down her door during a Zoom. That's my next goal. To get one of the scammers' door kicked in during a live Zoom, and she goes, "Oh crap, the cops are here!" Live
That would
on
be
the
amazing.
stream.
Yeah, and we actually have, as funny as it may sound, we actually have had raids happen with scammers that we've been going after. Let's have a quick look and show you what I mean. So the fun stuff on our YouTube channel is in the shorts, and you can come through here. But there was a short where a guy got kicked, his door got kicked in. Do you remember that one?
Oh yeah.
And it always makes me freak out because if you think you can be at home, working from home on the internet and no one cares, this one here, listen to this if it works. Is it going to work? It's just continue. It says viewer discretion is advised. The following content may... Hold it. Let's have a look. I don't think it's the same one I'm thinking of.
My advice to you, and you could take it, you cannot take it. You know, it really doesn't matter.
It must be a different video. Oh, that's not even my videos that come in.
Guy.
I don't know why my videos have got warnings on them.
My video on that guy, right?
I don't know what he's going on about. Actually, I didn't think any of my videos.
That was the Vibe guy. That was the Florida guy from Vibe.
Oh, it was too because it's right in front of the video I just clicked on. So this is the one. What's this? This is the police going to a scammer's house in Brazil. I think it's Brazil. And they go, no, I've got a warrant here. This must be scary though. I think they blurred the gun out. Okay. He didn't answer the door. Have you got any other ways of entering the door? This is what's going to happen to you, Devon. They're going to come into your wee place by the waterside there that you're hiding at the moment. And then this big guy's going to kick your door in. Hands up, hands up, hands up. Yeah, arrested. Yeah, I remember those days. And we've had quite a few arrests lately, and there's some more happening real soon that I can't tell you about. But it is actually quite exciting when we actually follow these guys right to the jail cell.
You know, the presenter lady in Crybex is in Brazil.
Is she? Oh, we should get our Stella. What did we used to call it? She was Stella? What did we call it? Agent Stella?
Oh, here's the funny part. Like I said, one of the people got in trouble for Zeke rewards. So it'd be pretty easy to get them to come in.
Zeke rewards. Ah. Hey, look, have you seen Virtual Danny before? It's me. All right, mate. Well, you be quiet or bugger off. I've got to get into my next one. We've got to start doing this stuff here. So we're ready to go for our next thing. I think we've given you all the updates. We've been here for 2 hours now. It was not the plan, but we now need to record our meeting, which was the original meeting about e-real estate. And this is a really interesting investigation because this is our second go at this investigation. But now we've got government warnings where they actually name individuals in government warnings to avoid who are running these scams, and which is the real exciting part for us, because I believe actually with our database, the reason they're naming these individuals is because we are giving them the names of people. I don't imagine a government organization will be going into Zoom meetings and gathering intel. And literally we got told this morning that the Department of Justice has actually been talking to people who have come onto my show, cautioning them on what to say because they're watching what we're doing. Which isn't that just brilliant? I'm so proud of that.
Write that guy's name down.
I reckon. And what they're basically saying, if you're coming on the Danny DeHick show, be careful what you say, because not that I'm saying things wrong. It's just that these people are kind of helping us with their investigation who might be in trouble themselves. So I don't know. There's all sorts of theories behind it. So it's quite exciting. But Yeah.
Bob might be watching you guys.
Hey, Bob, are you going to meet me in America this time, or are you going to hide in the rubbish bin? Do you want to meet me face to face?
You were behind me the whole time.
Oh, rubbish. I want to meet you. We don't know where Bob lives. We think he's in California, but the timing wouldn't be quite right. But then, I don't know. We're going to find you, Bob, and then we're going to meet you. I feel like I've got something wrong with my eye. Big shadow on there. All right, Bob, you got to go. You got to go.
When we all meet Jim Browning.
I know. Jim Brownie's my hero. I'll meet him. We're going to meet him. We've got past that stage. My video is now 86% uploaded from yesterday. All right. I'll catch you later, mate.
And you could introduce. You could be like, here's our mystery man, and here's your mystery man.
Yeah.
We'll both just have masks on. And be like, I don't know who's Bob.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do before I get started is I'm actually going to play the song for today's show because I've got to go to the loo, and you can keep talking to people while the music's going. But I think we put together a song for today's business, e-real estate. I've got 5 minutes before the show starts. But there you go. You can listen to this and you can talk to people while I go off to the loo. Wait a second.
They said this was the future, real estate upon the chain. Buy a token, earn forever, watch the passive income rain. They told me I just didn't get it, said I was spreading fear and doubt. So I opened up the records and started checking everything out. I watched the webinars and Zoom calls, read every filing I could find. Funny how the deeper I dug, the harder truth became defined. I searched the companies, I checked the names, I followed the money, then followed it again. The marketing sparkled, the evidence stalled. Somebody had answers, just not for us all. E-estate, business as usual, that's what the promoters say. Texas served the cease and desist, but they kept recruiting anyway. Don't read the order, trust us instead. When somebody fears your questions, that's a red flag in my head. Executive profiles looked impressive, corporate website shining bright. Every slide looked picture perfect, everything looked polished right. They talked about the properties, the profits rolling in, but when I followed every document, the questions would begin. They said, don't worry, we've got lawyers. They smiled and carried on. Funny how the sales pitch never changed, even after Texas came along. E-estate, business as usual, just keep believing every word. If you ask too many questions, you'll be told you're just disturbed. Read the filings, check the facts. Don't let confidence replace the truth, 'cause sometimes it never comes back. They waved an SC filing like it settled every doubt, but page 1 tells a different story. Maybe read the whole thing out. It wasn't an approval, it wasn't rubber stamped. Sometimes paperwork gets used to make a sales pitch sound more grand. Zoom meetings every evening, Facebook Live all day. Everything is business as usual, no matter what they say. A whistleblower found me, said keep digging through the files. Funny how the evidence keeps stretching mile by mile. Every answer raised a question, every claim deserved a look. Turns out the biggest story wasn't written,
All right, here we go. We're getting into it.
I don't sell investments. I don't sell dreams. I don't promise fortunes or passive income streams. I just preserve the evidence. I ask what others won't.
Here we go.
And every time I follow facts, the story tells itself. Estate business as usual until the regulators call. Funny how the loudest voices suddenly don't talk at all. Read the filings, follow the money, question every claim, because every Ponzi changes names, but somehow they all play the same game. They said, trust the vision. I said, I'll trust the evidence. Case closed. Not yet.
Big domains coming up, boys.
Wow. That was a pretty amazing song. This is what we're doing these days, ladies and gentlemen. We're actually using AI, open source intelligence, and real-time gathering of information from individuals in our chat room and the like who may be involved in these opportunities. Now, today we've had this scheduled live for a couple of 3 days on our agenda. We started off the first 2 hours rounding up yesterday's 6.5 hour stream. And today we're going to start showing you our second investigation that we've been doing on e-real estate. So like all good investigations, we need to start from the beginning. So here we go. I'll wait for that message to pop off from Susie. I'll give it a bit of a hand, and I will remove the chat room, which we'll have in our view in a few times. This is me waiting for the quiet spot in my recording so I know when to splice it into a new video. And Bob's still in the background. Bob's one of our Avengers who might chirp up every now and again. But my introduction's not too long, but let's get into it. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining me. Today, we're diving into one of the most ambitious real estate investment opportunities I've investigated this year. E-estate. Every time I pronounce it, it doesn't quite come out the mouth the way I want because it doesn't look normal. What is e-estate, you may be asking? A company promising tokenized property ownership, passive income, daily returns, and the chance to invest in real estate using as little as $10. So you know all those big high-rise buildings and that flash beautiful apartment, that luxury real estate? Well, you can have your slice of it from as little as $10. On the surface, it sounds revolutionary. But as I started digging beneath the marketing, the story became very different. Over the past few months, I've attended Zoom meetings with the help of my Avengers. Bob, are you an Avenger? Bob's muted. Over the past few months, I've attended private Zoom meetings with the help of my Avengers, people like Bob in the background, spoken directly to promoters, reviewed corporate records, analysed SEC filings, examined archived websites, and compared the company's public claims against independently verifiable evidence. There is no evidence. Then came the turning point. On June the 1st, 2026, the Texas State Securities Boards, and let's have a round of applause for the Texas State Securities Board. So let's do that. We'll put the hands up there, and we'll also put a bit of... Yes, it's really good. And let's open a bottle of champagne while we're at it. Now, why do I say that? Well, some government organisations work with us and others make it extremely hard to work with. Not having to dig at you, the FMA of New Zealand, at all. I'm not talking about you. Oh, maybe I am. Anyway, but they are fantastic. If we have any intel, we share it with them and they act on it. And they do a bloody good job, just saying. So the Texas Securities Board issued an emergency cease and desist order, which you'd think would scare all the scammers off and they'd run away to Dubai, alleging that eReal Estate was offering fraudulent unregistered securities through a multi-level marketing structure. Horror, really. No surprise there. The order raised serious questions about property ownership, security registrations, and the representations being made to investors. No shit, Sherlock. It sounded too good to be true. The only people that were saying it was fantastic were the people that are promoting it because they're relying on commissions. Since then, I've even given eReal Estate opportunity to respond. And do you want to listen to the response I got? Nothing. They don't respond. To date, I haven't received a I can't even say the word. 1 minute, please, caller.
Substantive
response from the company addressing the evidence or the questions. I've raised my invitation. My invitation remains open as always, and if they wish to provide evidence or correct anything that I've presented, I'll gladly consider it and publish their response. I always like to give people the right response. We're not here to lynch people up. We're here to look at the evidence and ask and examine it just like any good investor would. And we're investigating it for the investors. Anyway, today's investigation isn't about options. It's about evidence. Sorry, that does not read right. I'll read that right without looking. It says it's not about opinions. It is about the evidence. So it's not about what I think. It's about what the evidence trail leads to. We're going to examine the documents, the marketing, the promoters, the Texas allegations, and most importantly, the questions every investor should be asking about before parting with their hard-earned money. Now, as I often say, the Avengers and I like to work at the top of the cliff. And that means that we're sitting here, we're in the trenches with the scammers or the promoters, fighting them head to head, fist to fist. And we're also here trying to stop their friends and family that they're recommending these scams to, who are thrown over the financial cliff. Now, we want to stop that happening. We don't want to hear from you after you've invested $250,000 and all of a sudden you're hoping to get your money back, because that means you're at the bottom of the cliff. And these people, when we're at the bottom of the cliff, there's not much we can do except give them a Band-Aid and potentially some salides or something to give them some energy to get out of the financial ruin that they often are in when we get to hear about them. So we're sick of helping people at the bottom of the cliff. We'd rather be at the top of the cliff fighting these scammers head to head, naming and shaming anyone running or promoting a Ponzi scheme or a scam has always been my mission for the last 5 years. And I have a team of people that have had enough, and we're fighting back. As always, I encourage everyone watching to think critically. Don't take my word for it. Don't take the company's word for it either. Works both ways. Reading the filings, following the money, asking the difficult questions. If you're an e-investor, an e-real estate investor, promoter, or company representative, you're welcome here. If you believe I've got something wrong, I genuinely want to hear from you. My door is always open. And it always will be. And we also like people to give us a right of reply. Rather than us proving that you are a scam, why don't you provide evidence that you are legitimate and stop providing these documents that are that the government doesn't even issue. And we're going to look at some of those documents as we go on. Now, today I've done my background picture a bit different just to put it in theme with what we're doing here. This is the video that we're doing right now. And this is the blog, and this is the evidence that we have put. We've even earlier on, if you're watching the replay, we did this recording live, and we even played the e-real estate song that we have. And just to show you how my YouTube channel works, if you click on the live area tab, you'll see that we record most of our videos that we do live. And then after I finish recording them live, I chop them up and I upload them into a different section, which will be on my website. And you'll see that we normally do a video every day. And also we have playlists. And if we start going down a rabbit hole in one scam too much, we will set up a whole playlist. For example, Goliath Ventures, a big scam that we've been, this scam was 328 million. We actually started investigating it back in 1st of September, and we have been given the credit for taking this scammer off, and he's now going to spend 50 years in prison. So that was just one scam that we've been doing. We've been doing quite a few. So if you want to support me in the work I do, you can actually go to my website. And on my website, we have got support me down the bottom here, and also buy me a cup of coffee. We thrive on donations, and that's how we survive. We don't get enough money doing YouTube videos to pay for the, like right now, we're actually looking for flights. I'm on the way to America soon, and we'll be going to the there on the 8th of October as we watch Christopher Delgado getting sentenced. He's already pleaded guilty, and he's facing up to 50 years in prison, and I want to be there and see how long he gets. So what we do as a team of Avengers, I have what I call the scripter, who's a person that works for me, and they help put together a lot of my content, my marketing stuff. If you click on this link here, you'll see that we actually have 5 guidebooks. So we have the Investment Survival Guide, the Recovering Scam Survival Guide, Recruitment Trap, Already Invested, and Damage Control Guide, and the Red Flag Playbook. And these are 5 books, and rather than donating $5 to me and running away, please get something for your money. You can download those books and you can share them with anyone. Now, why we have these books isn't just for me to generate income to keep me doing what I'm doing, but people will come to you and they will recruit you into these scams. They will tell you that they are invested, and they will use every trick under the book to build trust. These scams are all about building trust with people, and then you are vulnerable. As soon as you put down your guard and you think, well, they've invested and I like them and they're a friend of mine and I've known them for 4 or 5 years, I will follow what they do. But a lot of them are liars. The book here will help you identify some of the techniques that these people learn on how to recruit you. And if you've already invested, unfortunately, we've had a lot of people that aren't still with us anymore because they have lost everything. They've mortgaged their house, they put their 401ks, they've just invested everything. And it's shocking. So all these books are designed to cause prevention. And just before we went live, I said to people, we played some music. Something that I'm really enjoying at the moment is actually putting together all these songs. Now, we have got an organisation which we haven't got anything made proper at the moment. We're called AAA, which is the Venture Anti-Fraud Alliance, which is a group of people, and we're asking people, public, to help us fight these criminals. I've been to the seminars. I've been told that disruption is the best thing you can do to slow the growth of these scams. So we've put out all this music, which I'm really enjoying at the moment. And you can find all these links to all these albums that we've put out. And we're having a bit of fun with AI creating stories. And that's where you get this from. So anyway, the best thing to do is go to theheck.com, have a wee look. If you can help support the work that we do, good. If not, share our content. Tell your friends and family who think that they're investing in virtual real estate is where the world's going, that they have to go and read my blog free of charge, because that's what we're all about. So without further ado, let's get stuck into this investigation that we've done on eReal Estate. First of all, let me show you what eReal Estate's website looks like so you get a bit of an idea. I don't know if I've investigated what the website's built on, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is WordPress or something really basic. And fortunately, not 404 error, which is a bit of a laugh. Let's try admin. Sometimes we find that these big websites are actually just produced on like Squarespace or Wix, all sorts of weird and wonderful things. But theoretically, this is the presentation. This is the hope. This is the dream. You could own part of this accommodation place here just for $10. They've been featured heavily just recently in Behind MLM, which is a mate of ours. We've never, we don't work together. We just share intel where we can to help each other expose these scams. But they're trusted partners. All these here look like AI, but funny enough, one of these guys, Mike Hammond, we have seen in person. He just has a really bad looking face that makes him look like he's AI. But just because you see what looks like legitimate people here doesn't mean they are real people. Recently, if you went to partners, they gave us the whole list of everybody that has been associated in promoting this. And now they've got the SEC or the Alberta Security Commission after them. They have removed all the names of all the partners, which is absolutely batshit crazy. And just
you know what's funny?
Wait, where you
It's
going there,
already
Bob?
been saved.
Hey?
It's been saved already, guys.
I know. We document and we archive this stuff. So I'm going to show you something interesting just to bring that home. So you get an idea of what we do. So if you search for e-real estate on my own website, you can actually see that we actually have done an article previously on this company ages ago. And we went through every, hold up, get rid of that aspect. I think what I did from memory is grabbed all the promoters' names and put them on this page. There they are.
Hey.
So these are all the list of they call them agents. And if you went through here, you would see.
And here's the best part. On the agent's profile, it tells you how much they earned. So that's great, guys.
Oh, that's clever. That's what you call getting the IRS in, isn't it? But that's what we do. We document stuff as much as we can. And normally what happens if we put somebody's name on our website, it will come up in the search results. But for some reason, that one doesn't come up. Oh, yes, it did here. But see, e-real estate, scam or legit, because I mentioned that person's name that I just searched for, it comes up and then you can see our content. So we're here to warn people. If we went to our database, I'll just make sure I can bring that up on the screen. Oh, yep, that works. So what we do with that information, if you click on the homepage, you won't be able to see this as a private database that we share with governments. We have 6 different governments that have access to our database. And if they're doing research, they can access our database and find it. So you can see previously we've got e-real estate here. At the time, we didn't do much research. And then we had names of people that we found in Zoom meetings. We record all that information. We've got marketers at the moment. We had Brandon Ivy and Anthony. What's his last name? Detat, whatever. Deloach.
I think Deloach. And his wife.
Yeah, got his wife's name as well. So we have, and we've even done videos about all these scammers in the past, and we follow all their social media. Basically, when they fart, we know about it. That's how it's got. Not that we want to know about their farts, but you know what I'm saying. So if you look at this particular guy here, if there's a scam going down, we can literally come here and see what the latest scam is that these guys are promoting. And if you go back enough, you can see that this guy's fully in bed with the scam. And this is the thing, when the government gets up to speed with these scammers and they get the Avengers to go into their offices and we sit there for a couple of months, we will go through and show them everyone that's been promoting these. So let's just think about that. This guy, I believe, is in America. There's been a warning.
We're going to need 10 people for Bob. I'm like, all right, you, I want to talk about this scam. You, I want to talk about this scam.
I know. But the evidence is online, and you do wonder why YouTube allow these people to keep promoting all this rubbish. And I get my videos removed quite often because, people complain. This guy here is promoting every single Ponzi scheme and scam.
I must be tough. I get the scammers commenting on my video.
Well, what's this one here? What about this here, mate? This one, Oak Smart. Remember that? What happened to that scam? We did... these are all scams that even reach the shores of New Zealand. So what I'm saying is even one scammer like this is basically we're watching him and everything that he does. And when there's a new scam that comes out, we can guarantee that these guys are behind it, which is absolutely batshit crazy. And look at this. These are all the guys. So the real good thing that's happened lately is the government warning that we're going to show you in a few minutes has actually named individuals in it. And that is just... golden toilet. That's just going to turn to shit.
I want that. I want the golden toilet where we convict the, because they offer a reward. Tell them we want the golden toilet.
It's a shit conversation. Sorry. We're going to have fun. So that's what we're doing here, ladies and gentlemen. And we scout the internet. Yes, Bob?
We'll use it as a prop for a future green screen. Like this scammer is going to get flushed.
It's crazy, eh? It's absolutely crazy. So if you are investigating that and you are an investigator, please do check out my blogs. I mean, what we want to do is basically have a map of all these people that promote these Ponzi schemes to mum and dad investors. And all the companies that host these websites, we report them, we have them shut down, like we can do research. And obviously we're a small team of investigators, but we've got a loud voice, and we certainly make these guys accountable for their actions. And the fact that this company is still operating even after the warnings that we're about to show you is actually quite sad, that individuals think that they can ignore those warnings. So we do have to ask the question is, if you are an investor, are you also ignoring those warnings? And if so, why? So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've got that ready to go.
You may be talking to Bob and not even know it.
Well, yeah. People don't realize what we do they? And that's really quite good. So we've got recordings of people who have been asked to, we've basically put people on the spot, and they've chosen to ignore our warnings. And then we've recorded those conversations and we use those. We put them under your profile. And if you don't show some sort of remorse, then, you basically can't say in a courtroom that you weren't warned. And that's what we're doing. All right.
Because
let's get into it.
We'll still. Especially if it's Larry Lane or Carl. I will fly to that place.
Bob has a couple of favorites that he'd like to see brought down. We all have a couple of favorites. Actually, who's my favorite? Tomo.
Yeah, who? Tomo?
Yeah, Tomo and Mike. Those are the two. Matt Burks, of course. I mean, I've got a whole list. I mean, it'd be hard to narrow it down to one scam. Oh, Chavis.
Okay, your top five. Top five.
Well,
top five.
Definitely Chavis. All right.
Okay, he's up in my top five too. Just because he let me on a meeting, and then he's like, "Oh crap, this guy knows crypto." He was like shocked.
Yeah, well, they're the big ones, aren't they? Like, well, I mean, I don't know if you can say Sam Lee and Chavis. I mean, I don't know. Sam Lee isn't really a target because I think he's broken now. So we're not going to see any more of Sam Lee.
Let's talk about Sam Lee real quick. But that was another funny thing that happened on the meeting. She goes, "Who would scam people for $100?" I wanted to. I wish the mic was up there. I wanted to say, Sam Lee, wheelbarrow scam, $2.50, lady.
Yeah, the blackjack one. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to actually have a look to figure out that top five. We actually do. At one point, I had a meeting with the IRS, and my wallpaper.
Larry's the one I started with, so he's got to be my number one.
Well, probably Stephen McCullum, because he tried to do a $3.85 million lawsuit against me. I wouldn't mind him jailed.
Larry,
I mean, come on.
And then Carl. At one point, Carl tried to scam me, which was, I'm like, that was hilarious, buddy. And ever since then, I've been a thorn in his side. Like I still like sneak into his meetings occasionally.
What about Tammy? Tammy Jackson.
Tammy?
Tammy.
He was just funny.
Yeah,
Gobi.
Gobi. Yeah. Gobi. Oh, boy. What about, there's so many, but that photo I had on the back, my wallpaper, when I was in a meeting with the IRS, helping them with information about Bitcoin Rodney. And I got to bring that photo up and said, these are my top 10, please make me happy by
Megan be 3.
Megan? Oh yeah, Megan, definitely. Yeah, Megan, Chavis. Yeah. Oh,
so I got Carl, Larry, Chavez.
I might go for Steve Davis. Megan. I mean, it would be unfair to narrow it down. No,
you have to. Top 5. Everybody's has that.
Oh, too hard. What about Stephen Harris? You don't even know who he is. He was the fake CEO for Hyperverse. Stephen Reese Lewis.
This is 2 people, but it counts as 1 because they have the brain of 1. Mike Douglas and Mike Lucas.
Oh, Mike, the Dumber and Dumber. Oh,
but they're kind of fun. I don't know. I kind of want to keep them out of jail because they're like the stupid people. Like, you have no clue what they're doing.
Well, they're part of our comedy act, aren't they? I mean, when it goes through, I mean, we've got so much data now. I mean, this is the thing. Why doesn't the government haul us in there and go through my data, and we could give them a profile on each person that's promoting these scams, and let's cut the turkey off at the head. That's what I'm hoping for. That database is not public, and anyone watching this video is privileged to see what we had.
After our database, who's left?
Who's left? Well, I don't know anyone that's not. I mean, this is a whole industry. This is like us knowing the industry of MLMs. Oh, and while we're there, before we get started, and you keep talking to me, Bob, is if you went to Behind MLM, this is an unsung hero. I don't even know Oz. I just email him. He's fully in the trenches. So here's a scam I know nothing about whatsoever, as published on his website today. And it's the same AI shit generation, blah. And then you come down here and you'll find, is this guy real? This is funny. Let's have a look. See, he's not embedding videos. I know. Didn't think he did.
And my sixth person would be Scotty B. Greatness, the stupid TV guy.
Oh, yeah. But
You haven't seen that guy.
No, I haven't. So even I don't know. I don't know these scams, and they're just coming out every 10 seconds. BitConnect, we know he's getting away with it, reckons.
Oh, you know what? Bob went down the rabbit hole. I know where they're buying the scripts from.
Oh, right.
I know where the scam script. I know the template. I know the site.
Well, they're all these websites come out of the human trafficking compounds a lot of the time. This one here is really interesting.
Somebody's selling the script. Somebody's selling a script, and they're not that expensive.
Oh. Well, this particular company literally paid me $1,000 not to publish articles about them. So I refunded their money, and then I sent it through to Oz, and we've been publishing the hell out of this company. But this is what these scammers do. So now we've heard that this company's made $31 million. I've got an email from a very intelligent guy who's done a bit of deep diving into this company, and now we're starting to picture together who's behind it all. So there's a new investigation coming out about that one, which is going to be fascinating. I've just given that to our forensic team to have a look at to verify the information that we've received. But looks like we've got some really good stuff. But don't think we're not doing nothing behind the scenes. Broadcasting is one thing, documenting is another, ringing up and warning people is another thing. There's a whole team of us that go after people.
Push the 6 in the chat. No, push 612 in the chat. If you want Bob to start broadcasting again.
612 in the chat. It's 77. You've got to put 7 in the chat. Sure. Report on impact bot chain. Also, if you want to
or type Larry Lane. Type Larry Lane in the chat if you want Bob to start streaming.
Friggin' heck. Oh, there's a lot of chat going on in the chat room today.
Please don't show.
All right, Bob, I'm going to cut you off in a minute. I've got to get into this, otherwise I won't get a life. It's 3:45 in New Zealand. Last time I was sitting here to 7 o'clock at night. I'm not going to do it tonight. Oh, look, you got one. 612 777. He's pleasing everybody, Nev. Thank you, Nev. Right, calm down, Nev. No more sevens. All right, shut up or go away, Bob. Here we go. A regulator can order a company. Sorry, a regulator. Oh, he's disappeared. I've heard his feeling. Good. Thank you, Bob. A regulator can order a company to stop selling securities. A regulator. Am I saying that word right?
Regulator.
A regulator can order a company to stop selling securities, but it can't stop promoters from telling investors everything is fine. When I first began investigating e-real estate, I was told I simply did not understand the blockchain, tokenization, or the future of real estate investing. Promoters insisted the company was revolutionizing. What's that word?
Revolutionizing
property ownership by allowing everyone to invest as little as $10 while earning passive daily income from a portfolio of supposedly income-producing real estate around the world. So I don't know about you guys, but the returns on investments they were offering people were just out of this world. And real estate doesn't quite work like that. But what you'll be fascinated to know, all those people who think that I didn't understand real estate or tokenization, well, I do now. My questions were brushed aside as fear, uncertainty, and doubt. You had to believe in the project. The more evidence I uncovered, however, the more I became convinced that real estate story wasn't the technology, it was the marketing, the people behind it, and the growing gap between what investors were being promised and what could actually be verified. Over the following months, I immersed myself in the world of e-real estate, attended private Zoom presentations, questioned companies' representatives and promoters directly, analysed archived websites, reviewed corporate records, examined promotional videos, tracked social media activity, and compared the company's public claims against independently verified evidence. Along the way, several themes kept appearing. Questionable executive profiles, AI-generated marketing, unexplained corporate structures, inconsistencies surrounding the company's property portfolio, things that didn't make sense for normal real estate, and aggressive multi-level marketing compensation models that reward participants from recruiting new investors. And that's what all these scams are about, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to get a whole team of promoters out there telling you that I don't know what I'm talking about. They don't even care if you're selling toothpicks or airplanes or skyscrapers. The product doesn't matter. The people promoting it are all after the commissions for recruiting you into it. The better the opportunity looks, the more the chances are you're going to believe it and sign up. And then they're going to say, we're leading by example. We are also investors and we are getting these returns. Look at the app. And then that there's to give you some credibility. They build those trusts and then they destroy the relationship by giving you a fake investment opportunity. And none of their claims can be backed up or validated. Then came the moment that changed the investigation entirely. On the 1st of June 2026, the Texas State Securities Board issued an emergency cease and desist order against e-real estate group, naming the CEO, Brandon Stevenson, Mike Hamilton, and Carol Peterson, and Texas promoter Daryl Porter. Daryl, is that right? That is Daryl, isn't it?
Daryl Porter.
Daryl can be spelt two different ways. Or was that Darren? I'm not sure. Who cares? The regulators alleged offering fraudulent, unregistered security through a multi-level marketing network and made a series of detailed findings that mirrored many of the concerns I had already been documenting. Amongst the most significant allegations that was that e-real estate and its alleged property management partner did not own or have management rights to one of the very properties being marketed to investors. So they were basically alleging that the properties that they were investing in were theirs and they could chop it up into tokenization slots and then they could sell it off to investors. But the property that they were alleging, they didn't have any management or ownership rights to the property. So thin air was being sold. Most companies facing allegations of this magnitude would be expected to pause, address the regulators' concerns, and reassure investors with independently verifiable evidence. So if you got those extraordinary claims laid against you, you think you would go to extraordinary efforts to prove that they weren't true. That isn't what I found. No one stopped ceasing and desisting. Instead, I watched prominent promoters continue recruiting, posting motivational content across social media, celebrating company milestones, encouraging new investors to, and ensuring their followers that everything was business as usual. Now, if you don't really realize what's happening here, new investors are paying old investors. It's the oldest trick in the book. Ask Bernie Madoff. I also received information from anonymous whistleblowers who had been conducting their own research, filing complaints with multiple US agencies and uncovering additional public records that help connect even more pieces of the puzzle. Now that is really, really, really cool. Often we tell people to put reports in. Now yesterday we did a YouTube video exposing a company called Global Glamping LLC. And I had, for the first time ever, about 6 people come forward with everything, screenshots, the whole 9 yards. And even today, we found out that they're heavily investigated at the moment by the authorities. Now, why did that happen? Well, that's because people actually laid complaints. Now, what you can do is you can go to my post area on my YouTube channel. You will find Global Glamping Investors and Customers, Your Voice Matters, and it does. here you can actually see some links to other organizations for any scam that you may be participating in and not realize it's a scam and realize that you've now been defrauded. Is you can go and click on these links and you can actually put in complaints. This is how you put a fire under the government. If you have been scammed, you want to file a complaint. If you get stuck when filing the complaint, use ChatGPT or Grok or whatever you want to use and take screenshots of the questions that you're struggling with. Put all your documents into your favorite AI and ask it to help you complete this complaint. And you will find step by step. Now, I've been involved in some major court cases over the last a few months, and I've got one happening on Friday. And I have literally, from day one, been using AI to fight every piece of correspondence that I've had from the courts. And I've even had it appear on my memorandums, everything, the whole 9 yards, even to the point where every document that I've got from the judge. And I tell you, it's fantastic. So start fighting back using some of this really cool stuff that's now at our fingertips. This investigation is not an update of my previous work. It's a story of what happened after regulators intervened. It's the story of how a company continued to promote while facing serious regulatory allegations, how its public representatives responded when challenged, while every investor deserves to examine the evidence before deciding what to believe. The opportunity that was promised to change real estate investing. So imagine the claims here that real estate's one of the biggest investments in the world, right? All of a sudden you've got some smart-ass company that's coming along saying that they're going to revolutionize the world of real estate investments. Because you're familiar with real estate investments and everyone tells you the best investment is property, having some cash in the bank, and then maybe doing some share market trading is a good way to have a portfolio that is diversified. So now all of a sudden you've got companies out there that are tapping into a, let's call it old school money investment opportunity, and that's real estate. Oh, I can't afford to get into real estate. Well, let's take advantage of people that can't afford to get into real estate, and let's tell them that they can get involved in the real estate market from as little as $10. $10. Oh my God. E-real estate represented itself as a revolutionary investment platform built around the idea of tokenized real estate. Rather than requiring investors to purchase the entire property or secure a traditional mortgage, the company claimed everyone could participate in income-producing real estate by purchasing digital EST tokens. Those tokens could be exchanged for fractional interest in properties listed on the e-real estate platform, with investors told they would receive passive income generated from rental operations. Now, just so I don't know if you guys understand much about crypto. I'm starting to know a little bit, but I'm certainly not an expert in it. But basically, I have USDT. So I go to the bank, I use my credit card, I go to Binance, and I purchase myself some USDT. I convert that money, just like I'm converting Canadian dollars into American dollars, but I convert my USDT into ESD tokens. So that there means that I think that this token is worth so much money. I will transfer basically as good as money to this token. Now, the worth of that token is often made up and hard to actually say that if they ask you for a USDT for one of these tokens, and you transfer it over, now you hold these tokens. Now, the real worth of these tokens, they could be worth sand, nothing. But they use these tokens to buy yourself virtual real estate. And then when you make money on the real estate, I believe that you will get ESD tokens. But when you go back and you try and sell your ESD tokens get them back to USDT, often what we find with all these scams, and I don't even know if this is the case in this case, that you can't get your tokens off the platforms. And if you try to withdraw your money, you're told that you're a non-believer. You don't believe in long-termness. Real estate is a long-term investment. They do not want you to exchange your dollars. Now, you're going to get people out there promoting it who are going to tell you that you can take your money off the platform. But what they won't tell you is that there may be a withdrawal fee. Now, some of the scams that we have investigated, they will charge people 30% to take out their money early, or they'll come up with some excuses that you have to wait until you can get your money off the platform, or they may have a stupid transaction fee of like 12%. And that's what these guys do. And then they say, well, why would you take your money out and take such a big hit? Because the whole withdrawing your funds is a major obstacle. They want to put obstacles in front of you so you don't do it, because and if you can do it, that means that often the Ponzi scheme is new and they can afford to keep their customers happy to a certain degree. So we get a lot of people going into these Ponzi schemes who think they will play the market. They realize it's only going to last for 4 or 5 months. This one's been going, I don't know, maybe 6 or 8 months, maybe a wee bit more, I'm not entirely sure. And so at the stage, they've got a lot of liquidity coming in. So they'll keep the illusion alive by paying back certain investors. And that's how all these Ponzi schemes grow. But as soon as there's no more stupid people left who believe that real estate's got the future to real estate, they will cut people off, come up with excuses, claim they've been hacked, explain that the bridge between this happened and that happened, and somebody reported them and Binance cut them off, and now they're currently looking for somebody else that can handle their money. All the excuses will come out. Nothing straightforward. In the meantime, they also will be telling you that your money is accessible at any time. For any reason, you can take your money off the platform. Everything that they say is lies. Everything. It's just bullshit. And people fall for it because of a glossy website that I could have produced. So those tokens could then be exchanged for, is it fractional? Have I got that right? Fractional interest into property. So that's the danger there, ladies and gentlemen. Hope I explained some of that correctly. Hello, Queen Karma. Nice to see you here, man. Nice to see you. I haven't spoken to you for a wee while. On the surface, the concept, have you got your audio working yet? You had problems. On the surface, the concept sounded both, sounded both innovative and accessible. The company claimed investors could get started with as little as $10, removing the traditional barriers associated with property ownership. Promotional videos describe the future where investors no longer needed to worry about tenants, maintenance, mortgages, property management. Instead, eReal Estate promised that experienced professionals would handle every aspect of acquiring, managing, and maintaining real estate, while investors simply connected regular income distributions. Collected. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Let's read that in its entirety.
Simply collected regular income distributions.
For many people priced out of the conventional property markets, it was an attractive proposition. And I've been to that. I haven't got any property. So if I could get myself the concept sounds fantastic. So let's say there's a $1 million house down the road, and it's now been managed by a property company, and we could all chip in and own, $20,000 each. And then when we sell the house for $1.5 million in 2 years' time, we might even have a wee organisational chat where we could actually do some home improvements along the way. This concept sounds great, but when you find out that the property isn't owned by the company that you've invested in, it gets a little bit tricky. And that's exactly what we've got here. The marketing became even more persuasive because it blend legitimate concepts with ambitious financial promises. Tokenization is a genuine technology, and blockchain and the whole 9 yards, everything about that side of crypto I love. I love technology and I love, transparency. But these companies aren't on the blockchain a lot of the time. They have their own in-house blockchain that's not connected to the real world, hence why you can't get your money out. Anyway, let's not go down that track today. That has attracted interest of the governments. Tokenization is genuine technology that has attracted interest from governments, financial institutions, and property developers around the world. E-real estate wrapped itself in the emerging industry, presenting itself as one of the companies leading the next generation of real estate investing. As we know, professional-looking presentations, polished websites, glossy graphics, confident promoters, people that look like upstanding citizens, but they're really the bottom feeders on the planet, all help reinforce the impression that investors were looking for, and established international business rather than speculative startups. So I think I said that right. Looking at established international businesses rather than, I think that's right. I think you get the gist of what I'm saying. Hopefully, sorry, I'm not the best reader in the world, but I want to read it because it's important, because we prepared this stuff and want you guys who are thinking about investing. Don't email me. Well, you can email me, and you do email me telling me, I don't know, I'm still on the fence. And I'm going, well, if you're still on the fence, then you're a prime candidate to be losing all your money. I had a phone call with a guy 3 days ago, and I'm still waiting to hear back, who invested $250,000 because a friend did into real trading platform. I go to the website and I go, oh my goodness, this is not a real trading platform. It is really hard for me to convince people because he's invested $250,000 into it. He doesn't want to lose his money. So now he's hoping that the opportunity is real and genuine, because it's going to be hard for him to process the fact that he's lost $250,000 into a trading platform. And I'm going, please reach out to us. If you've got your finger on the mouse there and you're about to send 10, 20, 30, $150,000, $200,000, $500,000, $1 million to a trading platform, and you want my team of Avengers to verify it, validate it, to see if it's real, or highlight all the red flags, we're not going to give you financial advice, but we're certainly going to highlight all the red flags. Please don't hesitate. Book some time with me. Reach out to me and I'll put you in touch with people who can show you very quickly that this is not the real deal, and save yourself a lot of that grief. If it sounds too good to be true, if it sounds amazing, more red flags than making a breeze. According to the company's own professional material, investors are promised daily returns for the first 18 months, with some properties advertising between, get this, 0.41 and 1% per day. There is absolutely no investment on the planet other than playing at the casino, and there is no guaranteed daily returns ever for up to 1% per day. It is horse shit. And there is no one on the planet other than Eric McNeil who can promise you something that isn't true. Anyone that tells you that they've got consistent $1, even 0.5% per day return on your investment is telling you horseshit. A long-term passive phase paying 10% annually, unheard of. Distributed twice a year. Right, that means the scam's lucky to have lasted the first 6 months. We will find other scams like this e-real estate. They will come out with new branding, and we'll find out after this scam falls over 15 different other flavors of the same milkshake. And that's what these scam companies do. They produce websites that will look very similar to this one, and they will be overlapping. This one, for some reason, got traction. We did this with PO Wealth Sharing. PG Wealth Sharing. Yes, they've also got PO Wealth Sharing. They also had CR Global LLC. They also had Signal Raiders. They also, like all these scams rebrand themselves multiple times, hoping that someone's going to pick it up. And then when the promoters that they've now removed from the website turn up, they get traction. And they all go after it like a bunch of vultures. And they go after vulnerable people that don't know how to research stuff. And they look at the website and they make their own informed decisions rather than reaching out to organizations like the Avenger Anti-Fraud Alliance group, which is mine, ours, and the Avengers. And we help people make informed decisions. That's not quite true. We will never give you advice on investment advice. We'll never do it. But we will highlight the red flags. A long-term investment phase paying 10% annually, distributed twice a year. That's just unheard of. Returns generated through rental income and professional property management. Now, you're going to be blown away when you see the evidence that we've got about this company and why we did this investigation. These representations are also summarized in the Texas State Securities Board's emergency cease and desist letter. What does that tell you? For many investors, those claims appear to answer the most important questions of all. Where does the money come from? Now, hold it. Wait for it. Can't hear anything. Because we know where the money comes from. It comes from you. If you're about to invest in this company, you are keeping the monster going, because that's the only income stream is when you deposit your USDT and transfer it into their worthless tokens. If the income generally flowed from a growing portfolio of professionally managed real estate, the model might appear both understandable and credible. That is precisely why I wanted to look beyond the marketing and independently verify the underlying assets, the people behind the company, and the evidence supporting the claims that they are making. As my investigation progressed, that progress became far more difficult than I expected, and the questions started multiplying much faster than the answers. So my investigation started long before the regulators stepped in. My investigation in this investment opportunity I don't begin by assuming it's legitimate or fraudulent. I start by asking the simple questions. Can the company's claims be validated? So that's how I start all these investigations. That usually means reviewing corporate records, archive website, promotional material, public filings, speaking directly with people promoting the opportunity, which we have done. In e-real estate case, the more I looked, the more I found myself chasing claims that either could not be verified or led to bigger questions. One of the first things that caught my attention was people behind the company. Investors were introduced to executives with polished biographies, impressive ties to, I never get that word right, it doesn't flow. Ambitious visions for the future of tokenized real estate. Yet, when I searched for evidence of their previous careers, business history, industry experience, much of it proved surprisingly very difficult to find it. It's like saying this guy is Elon Musk, and then all of a sudden there's an Elon Musk on the planet. It doesn't have any digital footprint leading back to any proof of previous geniuses. It's just a load of rubbish. It's all horseshit. As my research continues, a number of red flags have begun to appear. Executive profiles couldn't be easily verified. Corporate timelines did not always match publicly available records. Websites that appeared much newer than the history being presented. So that means we use the Wayback Machine. I mean, if I'm looking at this company here, and I don't even know if this was a current website, but look, if you go to archive.org, which is the Wayback Machine, and you're looking at an investment, you put that website address into there, you can actually come along here and you can see, look at this. So we can see a history of the website back here, and this will be just a placeholder. Somebody would have purchased the domain name, maybe set up a website. Well, why don't we validate that? And let's see exactly what they've got. So let's see, we have we'll actually hold that there, and we'll go to here, and we'll just have a wee look. So anybody who's looking to invest, check out the website. Now, if you check out the website, right, you will see that this company now has been around since 2025. So they started, 3 months in, basically. So now we can come along to the archive version of the website, and we should bring up the website as it was. And a little boy waits. What's that there? Install. Interesting. We'll go to the ones that we have open. So the one that was grabbed 2017 doesn't exist. The 2018 one doesn't exist, and that one doesn't exist. So we're still waiting for this one to load. So basically anything about evidence of it going back to 2017 would have been just somebody registering that domain name, and then it dies. So all of a sudden this company claims it's got an amazing, if we looked at, go to the About Us page on this website, the leadership team, and it says the leadership team utilizes decades of real estate expertise with cutting-edge tokenization. So you would expect to see that one of these investors here actually has an amazing portfolio. One of them would have, you would think, some sort of experience with, tokenization and crypto. Another one would have theoretically been a tycoon real estate investor. So all the links that you see along here, I think one of them didn't open. These are, I'm going to open them all again. These are all links to Facebook pages. No corporate company would actually let you link off. And does this guy look real to you? I've never seen this guy. This guy does not look real. I don't even like his beard. It doesn't look good. It's got to have one like that. But anyway, let's have a look. So we've got this guy here. He's got 342 friends. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And his last post on his website was the 19th of July, which is 2 days ago. And he's got documents going off to, I believe, a Google Drive. E-Real Estate Submit Los Angeles, pre-registration. So it sounds like you can come along to an event that they're holding in Los Angeles on November 2026. So previously, we have actually gone to the venue and told them that they're hosting a scam event. And we've done this so many times. And then they run the scam event and then they go, oh, we didn't get paid. Oh, we don't know what they do. But it is actually amazing. So that looks like that. But as you can see, so that's his event. So this guy here, he was the guy that we found on video. So we do believe he's real. But, you know, and he's even got another link here, which I haven't seen, called Ely Property. So he could be, you know, here he is giving a speech.
Enjoy the summit and have a fantastic weekend.
All right. Yeah, it's noisy. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, he's even got security on the stage. Looking forward to the next event. See you again soon. Oh. So they held an event in Miami, real estate. You just can't make this shit up. And look, here they are. So this is, you know, now you've got, you know, these are all the scammers, which is absolutely batshit crazy. Oh my goodness! All these guys, I know all these guys. That's I know that scammer. So him and wife said this. Oh, this is just incredible. I've got to take that one down. I've got to back up that photo. Yeah, I've grabbed it. I can't get over it. These are even that guy. I know his name. I can't remember his name, but he's been busy promoting other stuff. Oh, there's Anthony. Oh, this is actually I don't know who that lady is, but these are all the scammers on the world. Which is absolutely crazy. But this too here, I've actually talked to this guy on the internet about why he's promoting the scams. I've forgotten his name. Anyway, isn't that crazy? I kind of want to put that photo in my wee album. So I'm just going to see if I can. So this is Ali Property Company, and this is meant to be his theoretical company. But if we went and got this domain name, right, and this is his legacy, and this is who he is, you know, this is, you know, so we just go get that website and we chuck it into archive.org. And while we're doing that, we're going to go to this one here. And there's another guy that's involved in this, whoever he is, Linktree. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm getting distracted here. I want to go to air. And I want to go to, I think, where is this guy? I want to find the guy that I just saw. Mark. I'm sure I've just started documenting him recently. If I can remember his name, it would help. But I know it's a husband and wife team. And I remember we've confronted them. Not Brian. Oh, there they are. Is it them? Yeah, I think it's them. Jimmy. Yeah, so this is, yeah, was that the same couple? So let's have a look. Jimmy, and we go here. Is that Jimmy? Is that the same couple? I think it is. Jimmy. So, Jimmy and wife. Jimmy and wife. Is that the same guy? I'm not sure, actually. His name's, does it have his name on here? E-Real Estate Summit participant. No name. Of course, no name. But anyway, all these names, but I'm not sure if it is them, but I know it's another husband and wife team, and we've gone and we've done videos about them in the past.
I saw some other hands up.
Okay.
Oscar,
Yeah, it is him, I think. Bottom of the cliff, trying to act like they're medics. What I'm going to do is I'm actually amazed, because if we go to the YouTube channel, which I think it's that one there, I didn't know he was promoting e-real estate. So these are, and this guy's even done a video about me recently, which is a bit of a laugh. But has he got e-real estate anywhere? Because he's now promoting gold. But I'm actually quite... He was promoting BG Wealth Sharing, which is $1 billion scam that fell over. No proof it's $1 billion scam, but just from what I've looked. But is that the same guy? If I look at that there, it's amazing. I'm just trying to see that photo. It is him. Yeah, that's him. So where's his wife picture? His wife, nothing looks like him. But anyway, oh look, here's the video he did about me. He was fuming when I did a video about him. Who is this scammer? Racist, sexist, coward? He was fuming. But anyway, it got 4,200 video views, and no one's ever responded to me about it. So that was pretty cool. Anyway, so that's really good. So what I will do now is we'll add it to his images, and that's them husband and wife, and then we'll put them in here. So when the Alberta Security Commission comes to us and they say, can you give us a list of people promoting e-real estate? I can say, yeah, sure, here we are. So now what I do is I come here, Ponzi schemes and scams, and I can see that this guy's been promoting this scam and this scam, and now I just need one more. I need him to, what we need to do is we need to go back to home, and we need to find persons of interest. No, I don't. I need to go back to home, and I'll go to here, and now I need to find e-real estate, and post, and now I can actually add the link, paste. I can come here. Now I can go to Ponzi schemes and scams, and now when I can go into marketers, I can now add him in there as well. So those wee tidbits is how we build our database, and that's how we get. Now, as I said, I was going to look up in the Wayback Machine, and unfortunately, this domain name has quite a long history to it. So if this guy's meant to be a real estate tycoon that's involved in this, I'm going to go and find e-property. So there is a big history of e-property. Interesting. Anyway, I think I researched that on one of my other investigations, but that's probably their peace of mind that this individual here is an owner at Ali Property. And he's probably the only one that's got some sort of credibility behind him. I don't know. If you are looking for credibility, because these guys have promoted every scam known to man. This guy, I don't know from a bar of soap.
Not the only one. I have seen people who started with doubts become leaders. I have seen agents grow into professionals. I have seen ordinary people begin to think different about money.
See, all these here, these talks that they give you are all about you being a professional, being a good businessman, nothing to do about real estate, which is what gets me. Everything's about building your downline and building the dream. So the dream is about recruitment, not about investing in real estate. Now, they're all doing the same shit here, aren't they?
When will e-estate tokenize the next real estate property? And it is a good question, because e-estate is moving fast. Right now, the company is tokenizing new properties approximately every 1 to 2 months.
Look at her here.
Over the past year, many internal processes have been improved and automated, which allows the platform to move with much stronger structure. But tokenizing real estate is not just pressing a button. First, the company has to find a profitable property. Then comes market comparison, price analysis.
Let's have a look at the photos and see if we can find a real photo of her. Oh, look at that. Let's have a look at photos. There's no photos of her. So the only photos we're going to get of her is generated with AI. Right? And then when you go to the videos, the only videos we're going to get are all AI.
I often get asked for one important...
Let's have a look.
Let's talk about EST. Serious sales are built on agents.
Okay.
One of the
so have a look at this, right?
Let's talk about...
If I was investigating this, look at the bookshelf behind. She's got a plastic tree sitting there, the wallpaper, and all of a sudden, look at the books. These look like things that have been placed for nice pictures, right? So
serious sales are built on serious agents. One of the strongest serious sales are built agents. One of the strongest skills in sales. Serious sales are built on serious agents. Hi team. Today I had a conversation with a client who has...
Commercial property in Phoenix is now fully sold out. The business office property in Los Angeles is also fully sold out.
Oh my God.
For e-estate, this is not just a sales result.
Oh my God, this is
business
the worst.
property in Los Angeles is in its final stage. At this level...
And look, every picture is different in the background. All the ornaments are different. Is her chair different as well?
Commercial property.
Hi, team.
Cheers the same.
Agents.
Cheers the same.
Serious sales.
Cheers the same.
Let's talk about.
Cheers the same.
I often get
Cheers
asked
the same.
one important question.
Let's have a look. Commercial property. Go back
Business
here.
property in Los Angeles. Technology can build platforms.
Different chair.
But ecosystems are built by people.
Oh my God.
In emerging industries, many companies. Technology can build. In emerging industries, many. 2026 is not a quiet year for markets. In this industry, credibility. When people like Larry Fink speak, you heard these names. Robert Kiyosaki talked about assets, cash flow. The real estate world isn't what it used to be. E-Estate just opened it to everyone who dares to think global. Here, properties aren't just.
Oh my God. Anyway, if you want to believe that these people are actually proper people giving advice, we have seen this person obviously in real, so there must be somebody behind the company. But I love it when I see these scammers and these photos, because that really means a lot. I mean, I've seen this lady involved. I just can't remember who she is. I think we saw Anthony. I don't know who that guy is, but I'm pretty sure that might be the money boss guy. I love these photos because I'm thinking of who they are. There's Anthony there, so I might keep that one for later. Did that work? Yeah, that worked. Got that on my desktop. Don't know. That looked a wee bit like unreal. So they had a conference in Miami that was held, and now they're going to hold another one coming up. It's absolutely crazy. So what we really want is all these people together, working together to show that they're all part of a company. I don't know. And who's this one? Oh, this is the other Gumpy. Absolutely batshit crazy. So anyway, so that's what we're getting to. So an asset management company, Ali Property, that seems central to the business but raises further questions. So that's where we got up to. On paper, I'm just going to have a wee read while I have another drink.
On paper, Eli Property appeared to provide the professional infrastructure needed to support the estate's investment model. It was presented as the company responsible for acquiring, managing and operating many of the real estate assets offered to investors.
Give it another go, Queen of Karma, if you're still around. You're more than welcome to come on. Could do a bit of your reading. Test your gear. What wasn't working was the fact that I was using my computer to make a telephone call with somebody at the time, and that makes when I have two audios fighting, it causes ducking, which means I couldn't hear you. But it was only because Bridget was on my phone. Normally I do my phone call, so if you want to have another go, you're more than welcome. Continuing to circuit after a cease and desist is issued gives prosecutors proof of willful intent. Whoa, I like the sound of that. Yeah, funny, because willful blindness is where they pretend they haven't researched it enough, and when it all goes pear-shaped, they go, "Oh, I didn't know it was a scam." But when you've had a warning, and it's like, I don't even know how to explain it really, but the funny thing is, when I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, we used to meet people and knock on their doors and tell them that we were spreading the Lord's work. And if they didn't listen to us and they turned their back on it, then that would have been a worse position to somebody that we didn't contact. Maybe it's the same. So if we, I'm no longer a Jehovah's Witness, but let's just say once these people have been notified and they turn a blind ear to it, they're going to be what they call willful intent, which means they knew the warnings. We have proof that they have been given these warnings, and they can't hide behind willful blindness. So now we're talking about willful intent. They know, but they carry on anyway. The problem was the evidence didn't always match marketing. Archive websites, domain name registration records, and other publicly available information often painted a very different picture from the published corporate presentations. Some websites appear to have been created only recently, despite claims of long operating histories. Corporate timelines do not always align with statistics represented as evidence of an established international business frequently lacked any independently verifiable sources. So often, a company that claims they've been around for years would have customers and all sorts of things. And to be honest, like that website that we just looked at before, Ali, whatever real estate, when you look at something like that, you kind of wonder, and because I've got Detective Dan face on, you kind of wonder if I went back to this company here and went to Ali Property, which I should have kept open, you wonder if that's a website that somebody's managed to get access to. And you wonder if the same guy that was running it back then is the same guy that's at the front of the company now. Or has somebody purchased a company with a history of what looks like real estate? And I think my first investigation actually sort of come up with that. It was like this company has either been sold to somebody who's now running a scam. So let's say this, what have we got here? Quality properties at wholesale prices, acre lots for sale. So you saw earlier on, so now we want to find out about us, and we want to find out how long the company has had the CEO they currently have. So we've got, feel free to contact Cully. Okay, so let's just do a little bit of Danny investigation real quick.
Eli Property Company is owned by Kerry Penn. We have over 40 years experience developing and marketing property in Klamath County, Oregon. Read a client testimony.
All right, so all of a sudden we've got Mike Hamilton, who's meant to be the owner at Ali Property, but when we go to the Wayback Machine, we hear that this lady Kelly has actually owned that company for over 40 years. Her name is Kelly Penn. All right, so instantly, if you did your research and you use that there, you would find that. So now we go backwards and we go to the modern day version of it. So what we're going to do is we're going to scoot all the way through. Hello. Who's that? How come you've got an undercover?
Hello.
Hello. Oh, you don't sound too bad. You've got a little bit of noise, but you're a lot better than you were the other day. Have you done any research on this?
I've been doing a lot today on here.
On estates?
No.
Oh.
I'm working on a piece on a guru right now. So I was finishing that up. It's very, very good. Very exciting.
What's it called? What?
It's called the Shiva Files.
Oh, you go into some deep stuff because you specialize in, look at this. Look at this.
What's that?
Well, look, I've just gone back to the Wayback Machine and found out that Elite Property has been going for 40 years, but not under the name of Mr. Hamilton. And look, now we've got a domain name for sale. So that goes. So that means that this domain name and this company, which was a property company, has let their businesses closed. The domain name's become up for sale. Then the scam companies come along and bought it, and then alleged that they've been going for 40 years. So that's exactly. So there's the proof, ladies and gentlemen. So let's find out. Let's go one day ahead of the time and find out how long that domain name. When did that domain name get purchased? So I'm trying to find a date. So on the August the 14th, 2024 was the next screenshot that we've got. Where did you go? Oh, she's right. That's good. So,
I'm here.
Yeah, no, I got you. So isn't this awesome? So just using the Wayback Machine, why would a company that claims it's been going for over 40 years let their domain name, let their website die, and then somebody's come along and set up a elite property company, the same name, and pretend that they've been doing this for years? And that's because this is what they do, is they cause, oops, it's gone. So we're still trying to find when that website first come back to life. Now, is this it? This doesn't look very pretty. Associated.
I hope not.
Yeah, it's the Wayback Machine couldn't quite grab what it needed to. Marketing. So let's carry on another thing. So this is now, I think we're up to about, code. Let's see what we've got. So, here we go. There we go. So this is the first capture of a real estate company.
Is it real estate? Hold on. AI property search. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So I think they were doing property, claiming that they've even got a roadmap. And they're claiming that started back in the 70s. So,
oh fuck, that's hard to look into as well.
Well, we just if a company started in the 70s, there's no way in hell that their whole what they were doing has changed. Because they're claiming that the same person that's behind it was this ancient fella. So the guy that's behind it is meant to be this ancient fella who wasn't mentioned in the company until a year and a half ago. And then the company's rebrand. If you go back to an old version on the Wayback Machine, so if we go back to where the company actually originally started from, it's nothing. It's got different owners. It's got different everything. It's a different company altogether.
Yeah.
So they've basically bought a domain name of a closed down real estate company and started up a new real estate company, claiming that they've got the history of the original. Yeah. So even here
but a scam. Got it.
Yeah, it's just so and they've even grabbed the same name. So this company,
Eli Property, has been helping people for over 30 years to find the right property for their individual lifestyle and budget. Oh yeah, it's very similar.
Yeah, so this is legitimate. But if you go 10 years in advance, you're going to find that the companies now say they've got 40 years experience. And then obviously the company...
So here they have 30. Okay. And then here they have 40. And it's obviously not the same people.
Well, this one is. So we've got a company that really does have a 40-year history in real estate. All right.
Okay. So then they were bought at 40 years?
Yeah, they're later on, because we now jumped 10 years down the road.
Yeah.
All right. And now
when
they've got...
the scam by it?
This isn't the scam. This is the legitimate company that's closed its doors.
Yeah, but then the scam bought it over, right? To scam people using its name. So what year did they purchase the domain website and take over?
About a year and a half ago.
Only a year and a half ago.
Yeah. All right. And then here's the domain name for sale. Don't even know how to find the date on this. Is there anything in
between?
2024. No, there's nothing. So the business is shut down.
Okay. So there's no...
Yeah. So they just went along and they searched for a domain name, and they found a company in the Wayback Machine probably, and thought, right, we'll pick up their name and we'll pretend that we were them. And they're thinking that nobody will find the closed down domain name and the closed down website. And then when you get to the modern website, they claim that they are going back to the 70s, and they even talk about...
So they've stolen this from basically the other website and then just, yeah.
Yeah. And so, there's no doubt about it that this guy here isn't the guy that started the company, and this isn't his legacy. He's just a brand new guy thinking
who's this Brandon Stevenson? Why does he look familiar?
I know.
Why does he look familiar?
Oh, he's all over I've already done stuff on him for ages. But he's also mentioned...
Okay, so I'm not crazy.
No. We always see the same name.
Well, I am crazy, but
I've got to show you a photo. You're not... let's rephrase it. You're not that crazy, but I'm going to see... I
don't remember names. I'm awful at names, but I always remember a face. So if I see a face, I will never forget a face. So it happens to me all the time where I'll be like, who is this guy? I know this guy.
Well, I just did the same thing. Who's this guy? Can you see this?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I saw this just a minute ago, and I go, I've had a Zoom meeting with this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's crazy. And then there's another photo as well, which I think you'd probably be able to figure out. Do you know this guy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Deloitte. What's his name? Anthony Deloitte. But I found on their Facebook page. So these are all, they're all acting like
the same people.
Yeah, and let's stand close together and make it look like we've got bloody something amazing going on, and they're all the scammers who just go after the multi-level marketing stuff. So I just thought I'd just do it while I'm reading my blog. I thought I'd do a bit of a wee dive into our investigations and show people how we research stuff. I mean, this one made me laugh because I didn't know these guys were also in real estate. But that's the guy that produced
I'm not
that.
surprised.
Well, that's the guy that produced that video about me a wee while ago because I exposed him as being a friggin' scammer sort of thing. So, what's that one there?
Danny, we have to do a video where we watch Megan's videos about you.
Oh, mate, she drives me hard. She's just mental. They're all friggin' It's like a Looney Tune show.
They're
Honestly,
hilarious. They're so funny, and they're like AI slop videos. My audience loves AI slop videos. You should come on my channel and we should laugh about them.
Yeah, I've got to drop in. It's just dumb. Let me carry on reading my blog because so obviously we've just gone. I'll have a go, and then if I get bad, I'm going to say, hey, you read. But let's have it. So none of these findings proved wrongdoing on their own, but together they steadily underline confidence in the story being presented to prospective investors. And obviously, just by looking at the history, and if you do the research and you go into the Wayback Machine, you can unravel what really is going on and the deception that's happening. Instead of answering my questions, each new discovery seemed to raise another one. Rather than strengthening real estate's credibility, my investigation was exposing a growing pattern where the marketing consistently ran ahead of the evidence. By the time regulators eventually stepped in, honey, can you get my phone? 1 minute. I'll let you read for a bit. I've just got to drop my phone off. Won't be sick. Got somebody ringing me. Hello, Danny speaking.
Okay, I guess we're reading from here. The illusion started to crack. As my investigation expanded, I shifted my focus away from the marketing and onto the evidence supporting E-Estate's central claims. The company wasn't just selling a concept, it was asking investors to trust that real properties existed, that they generated rental income, and that people were genuinely acquiring fractional interests backed by tangible assets. Those are the kinds of claims that should leave a paper trail. Proper ownership can usually be verified. Asset managers have corporate history.
I'm back. Sorry.
All right, I'm on the last sentence that I can't see.
That's cool. Right.
Financial operations leave records. The more I searched for that evidence, the harder it became to reconcile what I was finding with what investors were being told. One message came through loud and clear during E-Estate's presentations. Every property had supposedly been carefully vetted, legally verified, and professionally managed. Investors were encouraged to believe that experienced property specialists handled acquisitions, leasing, maintenance, and income distribution on their behalf. This wasn't presented as another speculative crypto project.
Cool.
It was marketed as a property business that simply used blockchain technology to make investing more accessible. That distinction mattered because it shifted the focus away from the digital token and onto the strength of the underlying real estate portfolio. Then Texas weighed in. Among the regulators' most significant allegations was that E-Estate and its alleged property manager partner, Eli Property, did not own or have management rights to the Oregon Lake house being promoted to investors.
Shock.
Interesting. How are they?
Shock horror.
How are we doing stuff with the house then?
Yeah.
The order further alleges they had no right to receive income or profits from that property, despite representing it as part of E-Estate's investment portfolio.
Wow.
This wasn't a minor discrepancy buried in the fine print. The Oregon Lake House was one of the showcase properties used to demonstrate how the platform supposedly worked. If the regulators' allegations are ultimately upheld, they raise an obvious question. How could investors legitimately receive rental income from a property the company allegedly neither owned nor managed? Dun dun dun.
I know I'm looking for a sound wave at the moment, but I don't know if we can have this one.
I don't know if that one works.
Yeah, what about this one? Or maybe
There we go. That's closer.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy, isn't it?
It is. It's nuts. Like, and it's just like we hear all the time about those real estate scams where it's like on Kijiji and then somebody like sells a house and then the person shows up to move in and they find out they never bought the house. Like it was all just a scam. And that's what this is reminding me of, but like the MLM version with Bitcoin. I don't know.
Because I always think because we've heard all the excuses after these warnings come out, they're going to say, oh, that was a misunderstanding. We didn't actually use a real house in our marketing because we didn't want to identify where the house was for the safety of the tenants. But they took this as, so now we've had to, tell them exactly the house that we were referring to and it's all worked out. It will come out in time. All this excuses that you'll hear about this bullshit. And this is just one. How many examples of fake houses do you need before you realize the whole thing's a scam?
Well, that's the big question of the day, isn't it?
Dun, 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 dun.
I mean, I guess it depends on the person, right? So it also raises a much broader question about the due diligence behind the rest of the portfolio. If one flagship property could become the subject of such serious allegations, investors are entitled to ask whether similar verification has been carried out across every other property being marketed through the platform. For me, this marked a turning point. Up until then, many of my concerns centered on inconsistencies, unanswered questions, and gaps in publicly available information. The Texas findings took the investigation to another level. A state securities regulator wasn't simply questioning the company's marketing. It was alleging that key representations about one of its featured investment properties were materially misleading. Literally, like they don't own the material. That transformed what had been an investigation into unanswered questions into one with significant regulatory implications.
Now that's incredible. So what we've discovered so far, ladies and gentlemen, there is no property. Well, let's be fair. The property they were using and claiming was managed and a good investment doesn't exist under their ownership.
Well, it doesn't. Yeah, I was just going to say it does exist as a property, but they do not own said property or manage said property.
Yeah. And we've just shown you that the estate company that we're talking to is claiming they've got 40 plus years worth of expertise, but the domain name come up for sale and different people are now managing the building, and there's no proof of anyone buying the old company. So
sorry, I got here late. Is there a building?
Well,
you know how much I love to look up the buildings.
Well, this is the sort of stuff that they're claiming. This is actually digital. But if you wanted to
do they not have an address on the website? Because there should definitely be a real estate office address.
Well, it should have a real estate license, so they will have a property.
Okay, that should be the address there.
Panama City.
So we want to look that address up.
Well, think about this, Panama City. So they're claiming that the company that was established in America for over 40 years opinion is now operating out of Panama. Well, I don't know if it's the same company actually.
It doesn't make much sense, but let's see what it is. Is it one of those like we rent a desks? Is it one of those
this
like
one
what do we have?
That doesn't help us because they don't actually put what floor they're on.
Ooh.
Do they? They just put where they are.
Okay. They have a registration number. Did we look up the filings?
Well, previously we would have done, but let's just put that in there and see what that number comes back and says. So e-real estate comes up and
E-Estate Group Inc. is what it's called.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in Panama, headquarters, on the 34th floor. So it would be quite neat to go to the 34th floor, Suite 50 Street, Panama.
Well, can we look up? Because, okay, when Ash Mufareh said that he was in the Burj Khalifa,
Yeah.
he said that he bought 2 floors. So what we did is we looked up the Burj Khalifa and we looked up the floors that he claimed to buy. We found out that you couldn't even rent or purchase one of them. And then that one never ended up on the website. So he was just lying about it. But then the other one was actually 3 separate rentals. So like they don't do it as a whole floor. So I was like, okay, at the most he would have gotten a rental in here, but we didn't really ever get any real proof of that. So we just kind of chalked it up to they were exaggerating it. And we got word that they were just renting an office eventually from people that worked there. So I'm wondering, yeah, like, can we look this address up, find out, because this is how I investigate.
Yeah.
Find out, like it. Can you rent that office space?
Yeah.
Does that office space on that floor show
Well,
up in a past
what I'm doing here is
rental agreement?
I'm looking at the nice flash building they've got now. I'm trying to bring it up on a big picture so everyone can see it next to my head. There we go.
Yeah.
So this is the building that they believe that they're claiming that they are in.
But it's okay.
Yeah.
It's a global bank building.
Yeah.
So,
but I think we're past
all the bank,
I think
or is it one of those like office spaces?
Well, yeah, like Regis. I believe what I believe is that we're past this part of the investigation anyway. They won't have any offices in here. Like if we went to that building, I don't even know how to find the actual the foyer, the actual building itself. You would think. So this is
Send me a
global.
screenshot of it, and I'll look it up. I can look it up.
Okay,
Send it to me on Discord, and I'll look it up or put it in the guest chat, and I'll look it up quickly and see if I can find it. Because it would just be interesting. I just like to know if they've ever owned an office. Have they ever been an actual like real estate in an office? That would just be good to know. Yeah. Or have they completely just been online with this old website scamming? I feel like that is an important piece to this investigation to try to figure out like what is actually going on.
The investigation is pretty simple, really, because here they are claiming to be an American company with a well-established history, and now all of a sudden, actually, I lie because it's Ellie Real Estate. Ellie Real Estate is the problem, isn't it? Because I can't even find it now because there's 2 things going on here. So Real Estate Group is claiming that they are located in Panama, which is a red light in itself. And then we've got our friend that we've got the agents or the partners, this guy here, he's claiming that he's property has been around for 40, 50 years, but he hasn't, which is and this has given them some credibility. So that the scammers just think this shit out, you see. So this website that we're looking at right here is 1.5 years old. And it used to be, the same domain name used to be owned by another real estate company in America. So this is a brand new website, and they're trying to piggyback off somebody else's past history going back to the 70s. They even mentioned the Oregon, is it Oregon? Central Oregon?
Yeah.
Yep. But I bet you if you went through this guy's LinkedIn profile, which we could do, Mike Hamilton, that's going to be really easy to find, that he doesn't have a history. Yeah, I know. He doesn't have a history going back that far.
Tom Smith, and you're like, oh, fuck, how am I going to find this guy?
Yeah, he won't exist. So we come along here. Is that him, Mike Hamilton? Do you know Melbourne area?
Yeah, might be. That's the closest.
If I search, if I go Mike Hamilton LinkedIn, and then we go Real Estate.
Yeah.
Real Estate. Oh, there it is.
Estate.
Estate. Oh, Estate. Oh my God. Estate. it was ETAT. I got it. I know how to spell.
There you go.
Is it? No, that's not him. No.
I even forget how to spell things sometimes. And I'll sit there for a
I forget
going,
it all the
wait, how
time.
do I spell this word again?
Yeah, so it doesn't even look like that doesn't even come up. So even if I search for that phrase somewhere.
That vacation rental and real estate is the second one. That second one there, but I don't know if that would be him.
Facebook.
Wait, is that him? Meet Mike Hamilton.
Tokenization. Oh, here we go. This might be him. What if it's me? So tokenization. And this is, I think this is on, this is on somebody else's
That's
LinkedIn.
James.
What have we got here?
Davis.
One more. Tokenization. Because at the start here, these all look like AI. And if you look around, but then we've seen this guy in person now taking photos. But normally around the head, especially with the blurriness around the face.
Yeah, it could be a bad green screen, though.
Well, that's blurry.
To be fair. You know how they have the backgrounds on the Zoom now and everything?
Yeah.
It's hard for me to tell anymore. They're getting pretty good at making
Look at his eyes, though. Look at his eyes. The shadows within the whites of his eyes. Very deep.
Yeah.
You know, like that's where they'd stuff up.
I mean, it could be AI enhanced. That might be part of it.
Yeah, it's just bullshit. That's what it is. You know, it's like.
But like, what the hell is this picture here? What is this?
It's like, I don't know. Oh my God. E-real estate. And all these people.
What was that? That was quite the pose, man.
Yeah. It's like, here we go here.
Oh my God. With trusted experts. So do any of them have their real estate license? Because in some places, don't you have to have one in order to sell real estate?
Well, we've got our friend. What was Jan Gregory's friend? That English guy that used to always be on all his videos. He's part of e-real estate. Andy. So if you look at this here, so look, this is how stupid it is. So here's that house that you're looking at in this picture, and you find this picture where? Mm-hmm. So let's find. I mean, I don't even know why they use pretend houses anymore. So this is YouTube.
Oh my God.
Beverly Hills. It's everywhere.
It's all over the place.
Yeah, but all of a sudden, e-real estate's the realtor for it, and somebody has bought it.
No.
There we go. So this is the actual 2 years ago.
Beverly.
So 2 years ago.
You want me to believe that they have a house in Beverly Hills on their roster? Because I don't. I won't. That okay.
Yeah.
Good luck, because those are like literally like the top houses in the real estate market in that area. And like you have to be a well-known, trusted person in that area to sell those houses. So I doubt it.
Well, think about what they're actually claiming here. They're claiming they're buying the house, putting somebody in the house and doing the property management on the house. And the return on investment is enough to pay 1% per day.
Well, no, it's not. Not only that, but
I know that.
It doesn't make any sense. But I guess you would have to steal a bunch of mansions if that's what you were claiming, right? Because you can't have normal suburban homes and then be like, oh, but we'll pay you all 1% a day. People would clue in. That doesn't make sense.
So this property that we're looking at here will probably come up in this investigation where we talk about, you know, and that was how easy it is. We just literally find a picture that somebody's used here, and they are alleging that they have ownership of that house. And then when you do a reverse image Google Lens search, we find the house for sale. And I guarantee when we go through this here, so the first part that we've gone through is basically the SEC form.
Form D.
So they file these forms, which mean nothing, get themselves on the SEC website, and then they say that they're SEC approved.
Well, all this is them saying, hi, SEC, we made a company.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is.
Yep.
They're saying these are the securities that we're selling. We're doing investments. See here, they're claiming it's big houses. But then they're also saying that they want the exemption for a Rule 506C.
Yeah.
So all of these scams have been doing this thing where they get this stupid form and do the exemption and then claim that that makes it so that they're registered. No, you're applying for the exemption. It's the form you fill out to let them know you have the company and you want to be exempt. And what are you exempt from, by the way? From
Making
claiming
money.
your securities.
Yeah.
So what are they saying? They're saying, hi, government, we don't want to be held accountable by regulatory agencies for what we're doing here. So can you exempt us while we're selling like over $8 million in real estate homes?
Yeah. And this is what
And as a
they use.
consumer and an investor, that should worry you because you should be like, why wouldn't they want to be regulated? That should be your first question is, if they're a legitimate company, why would they be scared of regulation?
Read this and see if it doubles up. Go for it.
All right. The
All right, here we go.
SEC filing used as a selling point. Not long after questions began circulating about e-estate, promoters began pointing to the company's SEC Form D filing as evidence that everything was above board. I saw it referenced repeatedly in Zoom meetings, social media posts, and private conversations, often in a way that suggested the filing somehow proved e-estate had received regulatory approval. Whether that was a genuine misunderstanding or simply a convenient sales narrative, the effect was the same. Many investors stopped asking questions and accepted the filing as proof the company had been vetted by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. The reality is very different. The very first page of e-estate's Form D contains an important disclaimer that many promoters conveniently overlooked. It states on every single one of these forms, we've done this 500 times. It literally says it right at the top in the box. The Securities and Exchange Commission has not necessarily reviewed the information in this filing and has not determined if it is accurate and complete.
Let's have a look. Hold it. Let's go here. Right.
Zoom in.
Boom.
Yeah, and then it actually says right afterwards, the reader should not assume that the information is accurate and complete.
Complete is the ultimate word, isn't it? Friggin' heck. That's crazy. All right. That's not bad that AI picked that up.
Right. In other words, filing a Form D is not the same as receiving SEC approval, endorsement, or verification. Does not legitimize this company.
We need to complete one, don't we, as the Avengers, and see whether we get our names in there. The Avenger Anti-Fraud Alliance, AAA, want to have an exemption from and see whether it turns up.
That would be funny.
Yeah.
It is simply a notice filed by the issuer claiming an exemption from the normal securities registration requirement.
Oh, that gets worse. Yeah.
So that's why I say they don't want to be regulated. That's what they're asking for. As an investor, you should be worried about your money. The filing itself contains several interesting disclosures. It identifies eState Group, Inc. as a New York corporation, lists Brandon Stevenson as CEO, director, and promoter, claims an exemption under Rule 506C of Regulation D, and states that investments could be made from as little as $10 US.
Wow.
At the time of filing, the company also reported $35 million US had already been sold. 12,532 investors had participated in the offering. The total capital raised sought was $109.44 million US.
And they don't need to be registered properly?
Right.
They're not providing securities? I mean, pay to play money come to effect.
The exemption.
And you have to pay to play as well, which is something else I'm not meant to do. We haven't even talked about that.
Yeah, they don't like that because it's illegal, and we keep bringing that up.
If you hit the pay to play.
Yeah, it's completely illegal to do that because it's considered gambling now, especially since they've legalized gambling here in Canada and in a lot of the states.
Oh, have they? Does that mean you've got
Yeah.
like pokey machines turning up everywhere now?
Well, it's not like so much like that, but there's a lot of the online gambling stuff going on here that was completely illegal here just a few years ago. So, like, it's always been legal for you to do like certain kind of gambling, right? Like at the casinos or lottery and all that. But now it's all the online stuff, and because of those laws coming in, they had to change a lot of the laws surrounding, like, you know, how gambling is looked at now because it's online. And some of that actually ended up fucking over a lot of these businesses that do the pay to play.
Right.
Because they made that illegal unless it's gambling. So now if you're doing that, technically you're gambling. So you would have to then go through the online gaming commissions.
Get approval.
Exactly. And like go through all of that first. And obviously none of them do that.
Wow.
And that's like a huge fine in comparison to just like running a little business.
Right. Hello from Missouri. Hey, you don't know Stephen McCullough, do you? He's a scammer based Missouri. He's a scammer based in Missouri. His wife works at the Betty Hair Clinic. If you need your hair done, go and visit him. Just hello, welcome to you. Different story.
Tell him Danny sent you.
Yeah, just say you want your hair cut and don't pay the bill when you walk out. Just say put it on Danny DX tab. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So those disclosures.
All right, so those disclosures become particularly significant when read alongside the findings of the Texas State Securities Board. The emergency cease and desist order alleges that eState's offering did not comply with the requirements of its claimed Rule 506C exemption. According to the regulator, the investment was being marketed to non-accredited investors without taking the steps required under that exemption. The order also alleges that the securities were never registered in Texas and that no permit had been granted for their sale within the state. That distinction is important because it demonstrates how easily regulatory findings can be used to create an appearance of legitimacy without explaining what those filings actually mean. A Form D does not verify ownership of the underlying properties. It does not confirm that the advertised returns are achievable. It does not establish that the offering complies with every applicable securities law. Those are precisely the issues regulators began examining, as this investigation unfolded.
Oh my God, you made an error. That's not like you.
Sorry.
It's like me.
Yeah.
So let's just have a wee glimpse at this. Always, these people are the best. They always, they're very good to work with.
Texas is doing well lately, yeah.
Yeah, and they get these warnings out here.
Going after a lot of them.
But look, they've got the names of all these people in here, which they don't normally do. So all these people that you see on their website, they've named those people.
Well, wait, what's that address? 42 Broadway, 12th. What is that address?
New York. But
yeah, because they're saying that's their address now.
Well, so we've got multiple companies here, so it's a virtual office so far.
Oh, for fuck's sakes! Of course it is. See, that's why I look it up, because half the time it's a PO box or a virtual office or just somewhere where you rent office space, and I'm like, oh, fuck off! This isn't your office.
You've got a bit of a potty mouth on you, haven't you? Look at this virtual office co-working.
But it just shows that if they lie about their office to you, like, you know what? Can you trust them with your money? I don't think so. If they can't even actually give you a real building, or at least be transparent that it's an online virtual office.
Yeah, it's just crap.
Because they're not. They make it sound like they actually like own a building.
Yeah.
Drives me nuts.
I don't know if you remember Des Amy. He said he was on the top floor of the some building in England, and it finished up. He rented a room out of a co-shared office space, and then ran off to the toilets when the Sun newspaper went to interview him. That's how stupid it was. Right. So what have we got? One of the most surprising discoveries was found in a government filing or a corporate record. No, it wasn't. That's one of the most surprising discoveries wasn't found in a government filing or a corporate record. Here we go. You go. I'm not going to read it.
It came from watching how e-estate's promoters responded after the Texas State Securities Board issued its emergency cease and desist order. Ordinarily, when a securities regulator alleges that a company is offering fraudulent unregistered securities, you might expect the marketing to pause while those allegations are addressed.
Might be a wise
Investors
idea.
would reasonably expect public statements, detailed explanations, or independently verifiable evidence rebutting the regulator's findings. That isn't what I observed. Many of the companies Many of the company's public promoters carried on as though nothing had happened. Facebook posts continued celebrating tokenized real estate. Zoom presentations continued introducing new audiences to the opportunity. Recruitment continued, and the overall message remained remarkably consistent. Business was continuing as usual.
Recruitment. There's a word they keep bringing up every time. It's all about recruitment and having the dream and having belief. Oh, look.
Yep, like a cult.
I can't remember speaking to this lady. When did I speak to this lady? That lady must have been in my database then if I say I spoke to her. Sometimes I do actually read my own blogs before I publish them, just saying. But I'm interested to know if I did bring that lady into it. Oh, look at that. So all these, so e-real estate, this lady has been in all these meetings, and she's also been, oh, is that her? Oh, no. So Tim Walder, she's been involved with him. Okay, Oak Smart. So this lady must be somebody, partners, agents. So let's just do a wee search and see who this lady is, because I must have interviewed her in the past. It's not a man, is it? Let's have a look. Videos. Oh, is this a man? Oh, yeah, I think maybe I have seen him. Is it that guy there, Washington DC? Oh, yeah. So this guy here is meant to be, I think I remember him. Yeah, I do remember him.
Misgendering people, Danny.
So yeah, I know. Sorry.
Misgendering people.
Not relevant, eh? So it's like, I think is this the boss guy? Oh, look at these photos. Oh my God, recognize the experience.
No, that's familiar.
Oh my God, he's totally looks like a realtor. What the heck? Oh my God, now what else? Lending. He's the bomb, man. He's away. Entrepreneur. When you have to tell people you're an entrepreneur, I don't think you've made it. Trying to stay away from the kiddie photos. Don't want to be locked up like the Tate brothers. So I'm curious now whether I've actually got a photo.
Listen, the Tate brothers, Andrew Tate just got arrested.
I know. That's all over the news.
And the outfit he was wearing was quite the outfit.
Well, it was a lady's costume, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All right. So you can see I've actually brought him up in the past, and I've also got. So that is actually quite a scream, really, because technically speaking, if I put his name in here, we should have actually found some of my content dragging his name up in the past, because he's in my name and shame list, but he hasn't come up. My list is getting weaker. But anyway, there he is. So I have got him in there. So if anyone's searching for him. Anyway, so I've in the past talked to him. One promoter spoke directly. I spoke directly.
He had been actively promoting e-estate across social media. Rather than denying that Texas had taken action, he acknowledged the regulator had raised concerns, but assured me the company's legal team was dealing with the matter. He maintained that investors were still purchasing properties, commissions were still being paid, and withdrawals were continuing without interruption. The overall impression was that the regulatory action represented little more than a temporary inconvenience rather than a significant development that prospective investors should carefully consider. What struck me most wasn't simply his response, it was the lack of meaningful engagement with the issues raised by the regulator. The Texas order contains detailed allegations about property ownership, securities registration, marketing practices, and the compensation structure used to recruit investors. Yet much of the promotional material I continued monitoring focused on growth opportunity and passive income with, you went down a little too much. With little acknowledgement of the serious questions now being asked by a U.S. securities regulator. As an investigator, I find that particularly significant. Promoters play a critical role in shaping investor confidence. When difficult questions arise, investors naturally look to the people promoting the opportunity for clear answers backed by evidence. Instead, I repeatedly saw reassurance take priority over transparency. The message wasn't, let's examine the regulator's concerns together. It was, everything is under control. For anyone considering investing, that difference matters.
Oh, it's a long blog. Not as long as yesterday, so.
One approach encourages due diligence. The other encourages trust. The more I watch these interactions unfold, the more I realize this investigation had evolved beyond e-estate itself. It had become a case study in how modern investment schemes can continue gathering momentum even after formal regulatory intervention. Marketing doesn't necessarily stop when regulators issue warnings. Sometimes it simply adapts.
Yeah.
Independent reporting reached similar conclusions.
Yeah, that was quite cool because like you spend a bit of time with Oz as well, don't you? Like we email them, like you chit chat with them on email, and it's quite nice. So after I've done an investigation, if I'm doing a brand new one, I'll ask ChatGPT to put a summary and forward it on to him, and then he'll often back us up with his own investigation. But recently, I've been chasing him to be the first to publish a wee bit, and now we get what I really like is a different investigative angle. So it's he does completely different investigations. We all do. Like you'll do the buildings and find all the paperwork, and I just make up Zoom meetings and go after the Zoomers. Yeah.
So following the Texas State Securities Board.
Quick explanation there. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We just I did this the other day after about too long. 4 hours in, we lost a little bit. So we're going to go back a little bit so we can splice this together. And we're just about going to go into behind MLM's version of it. So what I was saying before we was really interrupted by a disconnection of our live is independent reporting reach a similar conclusion. And often we find that even Queen of Karma, when she does her investigations, Oz does his investigations, we both come up with different results, but at the end of the day, everything's a scam. So does that make sense?
Right. Yes.
All right.
It does. So independent reporting reached similar conclusions. Following the Texas State Securities Board's emergency cease and desist order, other independent investigators were also documenting what happened next. A tip of the hat to Oz at Behind MLM, who reported that e-estate continued operating after the regulatory action and that several promoters appeared to carry on recruiting despite the allegations made by Texas.
The heck?
Yeah, it's your boyfriend again. Every time Queen of Karma's on my stage, this shadow.
Hi, Bob.
What's up?
Bobby.
He's my protector.
Yeah, he is. He's like a watchdog. He's like, you say anything about her? I'm all over you like a dog. Oh, yeah.
Alrighty. So where was I?
Sorry, we interrupted by tip of the hat. Did we do
A
that?
tip of the hat to
Yeah.
Oz at Behind MLM, who reported that eState continued operating after the regulatory action and that several promoters appeared to carry on recruiting despite the allegations made by Texas. His reporting also noted that eState removed its public list of agent promoters from its website shortly after the order was issued, while continuing to reassure investors that the business remained fully operational.
Isn't that crazy? So because what happened is all the promoters were visible, and like Bob was in here earlier on, and he said that you could go there and see how much they actually were making. And then all of a sudden, when the SEC, well, not the SEC, the complaint came out,
Texas State.
I couldn't believe my luck that they had all their names visible.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so where is
That's
that?
hilarious, though. Did you screenshot that? Did you get a screenshot of all the names?
Bob's got it all. We got all the names previously, but if you go into e-real estate, what used to happen is you used to be able to go into the agents area, and they listed everyone.
Yeah, well, wait, did they call themselves real estate agents, like with the whole title, or was it just agent?
No,
Looks
agents.
Like just
so even if you go, I'm pretty sure it was agents. It was agents. So let's just say
Agent Bob, 00 Bob.
Yeah, no, they had because we had. What's the guy? What's the idiot guy?
Agent Galloway.
Yeah, what's his name? Because I've got him, haven't I? Where's his list?
Yes, you spoke to Galloway. I've spoken to Galloway 3 times, and he still doesn't realize it's me.
How do you spell Galloway?
Gall.
O.
O. Galloway.
WAY.
WAY.
From the UK.
There he is. There he is. So this is I haven't got him down as a. So this guy here.
That's the dude.
That's a great picture. I'm sorry.
I know. So if
I don't think that is a mugshot.
Yeah, and then so I haven't got him down as one of the marketers, have I? No, I haven't. So I've got to put him in there now. That's good. And then I can because he was a proper real estate agent theoretically.
Wow, good for him. Look at him moving up in the world.
I know. So he was saying this was the best thing since sliced bread, and it was friggin'.
Aren't they all?
I don't know. What I can't figure out is why I haven't. I destroyed him online, just saying quietly. But if we went to here, Andy.
While we're talking real estate agents,
there he is.
Oliver Segala.
Yeah, he has a channel at the top.
No, I'm looking for my
Oliver
channel.
Segala, the BG Wealth promoter, who's a real estate agent, is also in Cryptex.
Cryptex is on your mind at the moment, isn't it, Bob? It's
that one's interesting. I have too much fun because it's like an old lady, and she thinks she's like the CEO. I'm like, you don't know nothing, lady. She couldn't even show a crypto transaction hash. She's like, well, it's scalping right now, so I can't show you any past trades. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like, you look like a fool.
Give us something we can believe. So it would be quite good if we did actually load. While that's trying to load, I just wouldn't mind going to my own YouTube channel and searching for me. And I'm sure I've got
and Queen. Danny's favorite person was in there, Marshanda Henderson. And who else? And another e-estate person was in there, Gawi, which I have from.
Here he is.
You can with that. But the one
there's Danny with his little beard.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Your mini beard.
I don't know why he's letting people in the room.
I was causing havoc.
No, he's got a waiting room
It's so
now.
weird seeing you without a beard now.
I know. It's weird.
Put the sound back on.
We were causing him absolute havoc that day.
In the back office, you can go through and subscribe to all the different channels.
Subscribe.
And I recommend you go there at least once a day and look through
Let's see what we can do here.
Notifications. There's another channel called E-Estate VIP Club.
I like how he's in a suit.
So if we were to look at Brandon's video, this one here that says one year e-estate real estate reinvented. I'm going to play that because I think it's a tremendous.
That's all I know how to do.
Success.
Look at this.
Every week, agents
this is meant to be real.
Oh my God! There he is.
Bonuses and recognition. because our business is built.
All right, so I haven't got all day to be here, but I can call it together. So the first thing I'm going to do
Our mission is not to compete.
is I kind of want to record
It's to
this,
set a new
but I
standard
also
for
want
how
to use
people
another. I
invest,
should have used my
earn,
other
and build
connection,
wealth
but I think the
globally.
chat room is
Over the
open.
next decade, eState
Everyone,
will
you got to log in
continue
now for him.
tokenizing new properties, developing education
They're all
programs,
catching
and
on
building
to
a
us.
strong bridge between
I'll get
traditional
somebody
real
else to do it.
estate and
I'll
digital
just
finance. We are not just
is that what I do? I think eventually
Yeah,
he
I love
realized.
that video. It's only about 3 minutes long, but I've found it's useful when I'm talking to people about real estate and e-estate in particular, is to let them listen to that video. He explains things.
And then I destroyed the chat room, I think.
Residential assets designed for long-term ownership and stable rental. Here, phase 2.
I don't know what I did at the end.
And you can go and check that out for
All right,
yourself.
so let's go back and it's me at work. That's what I normally do, ladies and gentlemen, is I go into Zoom meetings. But I didn't cause any. But these videos of this lady that we just played were absolutely batshit crazy. They didn't make any.
I remember that lady too. I remember her because she reminded me of Gina Leva.
There's another lady, like her voice that was on a cryptext. Her voice sounds familiar. I think she's faking her name. Like, I'll have to send you the video.
Yeah,
her voice is so familiar. Like, I just can't believe how many scammers were in the meeting tonight. It was so funny. It was like a reunion of everybody. I was waiting to see like Carl to show up.
If you got any funny videos, let me know. We'd love to see some funny stuff, especially if you're causing disruption. I mean, I quite like the subtle questions in the chat box when they start answering those, like you really care, and then you just bait them along. Or I've just found this article on Danny DeHick's website.
What I do.
Yeah.
I did it to Megan recently.
Oh yeah, bait them.
Well, Megan replied to my YouTube channel, which was kind of funny.
Oh, and I've been talking to Alan T. Jones too.
Alan T. Jones. Alan A.
He just got into a big fight with Oz.
Oh, right. Yeah.
In a comment section.
Oz is amazing.
So I covered it, and then I reached out to him, and he told me to give him a few weeks. He doesn't like you, though.
Really?
He said he doesn't like the way that you do things.
Oh, he's got some
you yell at
suggestions?
him.
Oh.
That's what he said.
That's because Danny takes the front. They always think it's Danny the heck in the room when I'm in the room.
Well, I feel sorry for you guys because you guys do all the work and then I get the credit. And it's like, I was asleep when that was happening. I was driving my car. It's like,
right. We know that this is the heck man. You know, he destroys business.
Even when I go after Megan, she'll be like, "Oh, it's that Danny and his friends," and I'm like, "Megan, I've covered you as many times as Danny. Don't I get a shout out?"
Yeah, it's like, wow. It's just like maybe she's just too polite. But look at the articles that Oz has done on e-real estate. I mean, this is how they waste our time. You know, it's like
it's e-estate. Real estate.
Oh yeah, can we call them real estate?
Not even joking. It's the worst name ever. E-estate real estate. Like,
what is this? Oh my god!
I think they just take
the cowboy. I love that picture. That's the best one.
What the hell is this guy? Really?
Have you not seen this?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't really been following it.
This one. You have to look at these pictures. You commented on it, you clown.
I know. Yeah. And what did he? Oh, I better read his reply. Done a new one again.
Danny, have you seen that? He's like, no.
June 13th event.
Comments there.
Yeah, it's like no. Mike's living in Florida. You are the man, Oz. Of course, he lives in Florida. All the crazies live in Florida.
Oz says, June 13th, which was my birthday, by the way.
Happy birthday.
Event went ahead. I did reach out to the Watergate Hotel to ask if they were still holding a Ponzi promo event. Given the Texas cease and desist, no response.
Really?
Small crowd left in the hands of U.S. Fall Guys Anthony Deloach, Daryl Porter, and Brandon Ivy. Brandon Stevenson phoned it in from Ukraine or wherever. Mike Wilson is back in Ukraine with his cowboy business, so wasn't in attendance. Kroll Peterson stayed in Ukraine or wherever. E-Estate is still pretending its Form D exemption from securities fraud is valid because it filed an amendment amending an improperly filed Form D doesn't somehow legitimize securities fraud.
Oh, I love the
That's what he
pretending
always
word.
says.
Pretending, such a great word. Oh, let's have a look at all of them now. So this was June. Oh my God. Oh, Anthony out there on the stage. Oh my God. And look at the camera angles. There's 10 people in the room. You know, it's not like the big public launch of all this stuff. That might be the Daryl Porter.
That's the Oregon one. The Oregon Lake House there.
And this is what we saw on the website originally.
Vaughn. I destroyed Vaughn on his lives. I love when he goes live and I'm in the chat room like pumping out like 40 messages and everyone's like,
Anthony.
We saw that lady in the photo. I haven't got. Oh, is that meant to be his wife?
I called that lady.
Well, she's hugging him on the stage, so I presume. Anthony.
That doesn't mean it's his wife, but it could be.
Yeah, true. Well, let's just go with it. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
The convicted felon.
Look at these photos.
That's Danny. That's Danny's AI right there.
Danny. You remember that? Oh my God. Oh, that's a real one. Daryl Porter looks real. Anthony, you're buggered. Brandon I would love to meet him. I'm going to America again, guys.
We're discussing who's your top 5, Queen. Who's your top 5 scammers?
Good question. Who's your top 5?
My top 5, I was coming up with a top 8 list. So my top 5 scammers are Ash Mufara.
No shit. That's number 1.
Okay, number 1. Larry Lane.
Oh.
Okay, I don't like Larry Lane.
Wow, look at you guys. Get a room.
Okay. Ruja Ignatova. The OneCoin lady.
Oh, okay. Well, you go big time. I've actually meant to be the one of the big investigators of OneCoin, and I've never done anything on OneCoin.
Yeah.
My smear
I think
campaigns.
Chris Delgado should be on there.
Oh, well, he's already caught.
Yeah, but he still had one of the bigger pyramid schemes. Honestly.
Yeah, but he's caught now. I don't want to have people on my list that are already caught.
Well, he's just going to start up another one.
Wait, in prison. There's going to be offering a pyramid scheme in prison or an investment opportunity for all the people. You buy 5 pies and I'll give you 6 pies.
You buy 5 cigarettes, I'll give you 6.
Yeah. We'll put them in a packet. Oh, wow. No, let's laugh. Yeah. Oh, that's good. I'm glad I linked Anthony. So next time I go to Anthony, I'll be able to see him.
Oh, and Stormy Wellington.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're ones. They're cool. They're quite cool.
I remember talking to her.
What about if we add a page on my website where we have the top 50 recruiters that we want to see? That would be quite fun, wouldn't it? We could update it like the top 5.
Our 50 most wanted?
Yeah. Like we'd have to make it like the FBI.
Computer, so if I spam him on.
I can do it.
So I'm not going to
do some write-up for
too
it.
many more.
Most
but
wanted.
To say you can become a.
So
let's go.
That
so what we need to do is we need to create one of these pages.
Do it like this, but then click on one, because then what happens is when you click on them, see it lists off the crime that they committed. So I was thinking we could do it like see the red. Go up to the top. See that red image there with the red FBI? I was thinking we could do it more like that. See, so you have like a couple pictures and then you do like a description and then also like what their crime is, like what scheme they were in, how much they took, that kind of thing.
So we're going to have the most wanted. And how many have they got? Do they? 32. The 32 most wanted. Are they all on one page? But we could literally mimic.
And the counter, should we have like the dumbest ones?
No, now we're just talking about.
Because then they're going to come after us for defamation and slander for calling them dumb.
Yeah,
we have to be careful on the website. It's not as like the YouTube channel.
Because what we could do is it would be quite neat. Because if you think about if we had this page, we could actually.
That's great. Sorry,
we could have wanted by. We could just mimic this. We could, like caution, do not invest money. That would be a laugh. But we have to update it, wouldn't we, as we got them? But if we
and
limited
then we could be like caught, like you did with the Chris Delgado thumbnail.
Yeah, because that would be actually a lot of fun. Well, might have to start making up a template for that, or we could have a most wanted. I don't know. Might be a plugin that we could use on WordPress, but we could have the most wanted because we don't want to spend all day long updating it either. But maybe we could have people voting. That might be a voting piece of software. I used to have a bit of software like that years ago, and you could vote for the person that you wanted behind bars the most. All right, carry on reading then. Let's get this one done. Otherwise, we'll be here all day long and everyone will go to sleep. What have we got? Where are we up to? Did we get to? I think you read that one. We'll give you a break. We'll get you going on this one.
Behind MLM also highlighted a company communication sent to investors stating that EE State disagreed with the Texas regulators' findings.
We've had that article. We talked about Watergate Hotel. Although my investigators, where have you got? How come you've got there twice? We've got two of you on the screen, Queen Agama. Is this all right?
I don't know why.
Yeah, anyway, it's all right. We'll have three of you. I don't want to cut one of you off. Although investigators follow the evidence, it's noteworthy multiple investigators reached similar. So we're all on the same page. All the investigators didn't come back with a big question. We don't believe it's not real. All of us thought the same thing. It's a scam. All right. So just get your money out if you can. Get your $10 off the platform. Following the money or trying to. Every investment ultimately comes down to a simple question. Where does the money come from? Where does the money come from? Follow the money. We follow the money. We follow the crypto. We follow anyone. We're like stalking you if you're an investor. ESGate answers was straightforward. Investors were told that EST tokens represent fractional investments in carefully selected real estate, which we now know is a load of rubbish. That rental income generates regular returns, which we also know is a load of rubbish because you won't be able to get your E tokens off the platform, and that professional asset managers handled everything from acquiring the properties through to leasing, maintenance, and ongoing maintenance. Rubbish. It was an attractive story because don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. Because it replaced speculation with something most people understand, property generating income. That's real. This isn't. The difficulty is encountering what independently verified. The difficulty I encountered was independent verifying the claims that they were making, which was impossible because it was like hunting for a needle in a haystack. Although in my investigation, I repeatedly searched for evidence linking e-real estate advertised properties to the companies or to the alleged asset management partner. Investors were assured the properties had been legally verified. I'm sure they say that all the time. Professionally managed, my ass, and carefully selected, my ass as well. In fact, how they carefully
selected off of somebody else's website.
Yeah, go to any real estate company, which we just looked at, because we just brought up a few companies here, didn't we? Do we still have pictures? They're not in those buildings.
We did have the video.
There we go.
Video. There we
are. Carefully collected real estate, which just happened to be sold twice in the last 2 years, going by this video. So here's your real estate, and it just so happens it was easy to find on the internet, and then we found it here, and it sold for $32 million. Is that what we're looking for?
$32,000 a month.
Oh, right, brilliant. And do notice it doesn't have anything to do with e-real estate on this listing.
No, it's some Redfin company instead that's doing it.
Coincidence, both selling the identical houses. So don't believe that rubbish. Yet, establishing those connections through independently verified public records proved far more difficult than the promotion material suggested. The further I looked, the more I found myself relying on what the company said rather than what could be independently verified. Wish they made that word easy for me. That issue became even more significant after reading the Texas State Securities Board emergency cease and desist. The regulatory agencies, the regulator alleges. Please read that. Come on, put me out of my misery.
The regulator alleges that EState intentionally failed to disclose material information relating to its assets, liabilities, capitalization, and financial statements. Information that would ordinarily allow investors to assess the financial health and profitability of a business.
Boom.
The order also alleges that investors were not provided with enough information to properly evaluate the company's financial position, while at the same time being promised secure passive income and capital protection. For me, that highlights a lesson that applies to every investment opportunity, not just e-estate. If a company is asking you to trust it with your money, you should be able to independently verify the fundamentals, like what building they're in. That means understanding who owns the assets, where the income comes from, how the business is structured, and whether the financial information supports the promises being made. Throughout this investigation, I found no shortage of promotional videos, webinars, testimonials, and social media posts encouraging people to invest. What I found far less often was independently verifiable evidence supporting the scale of the operation being presented. Marketing can create confidence. Evidence creates trust. In my view, investors should never confuse the two.
They do. They always trust me, bro, isn't it? Everything's trust in this game.
Trust me, bro.
I did it. I'm doing it, so you should do it too. No problems there.
Let's do what I do. Monkey see, monkey do. The people behind the promotion. One pattern I see time and time again while investigating investment schemes is that the company itself often becomes secondary to the people promoting it. Most investors don't hand over their money because they have read a corporate filing or studied a white paper. They invest because someone they know and trust introduced them to the opportunity. That's why I spend so much time documenting the people hosting webinars, posting on social media, conducting one-on-one calls, and reassuring prospective investors that everything is legitimate. Throughout my investigation, I observed a growing network of promoters presenting e-estate across YouTube, Facebook, Zoom, and Telegram. Some describe themselves as educators. Others position themselves as successful investors who had discovered a life-changing opportunity. The message was remarkably consistent: financial freedom, passive income, the future of tokenized real estate. Many encouraged viewers to act quickly before property allocations sold out, creating a sense of urgency that is common in many investment promotions.
This is the crazy part, though, isn't it? Everything that we investigate all day long has the same shit. It's going to give you freedom, it's passive, and it's the future. And then all of a sudden, hurry up, because if you don't act fast and make a silly decision, you're basically going to
miss out.
Yeah, you're going to miss out. And that's called FOMO, if you don't know the technical term.
Yeah, fear of missing out.
So the Texas Securities Board identified several individuals by name. The emergency cease and desist order names Brandon Stevenson, Mike Hamilton, and whatever her name is, Carol Patterson, and Daryl Porter. I'm actually amazed here because we just looked at those. I think Daryl Porter and Miss Patterson look like
all
AI.
of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're actually reporting on people that are AI. That's a bit sad, really. But hopefully they realize that. But maybe they need to talk about AI like they're real people, so people that are reading it feels like they're, I don't know.
Yeah.
Weird. Okay. We'll go paragraph after paragraph until this gets good. All right.
According to the regulator, e-estate operated through a multi-level marketing MLM structure that rewarded sales agents not only for selling investments themselves, but also for recruiting additional agents into their downline. The order alleges commissions were paid on both direct sales and the sales generated by those recruits, reinforcing the importance of continual recruitment to the business model.
Yeah, that's just another walk in the park. The order also contained particularly serious allegations concerning Daryl Porter. That's my paragraph.
According to the Texas regulator, Porter continued promoting e-estate despite previously being the subject of an earlier emergency cease and desist order involving Trade Technologies. That earlier order became final after it was not contested. Yet Texas alleges Porter continued offering securities through e-estate without the required registration.
Crazy. And that was a $17 million Ponzi scheme, that one. These are allegations made by the Texas Securities Board and Mr. Porter. Like other respondents as the opportunity to respond through the legal process. Is that right? As the opportunity to respond.
Beyond those specifically named by regulators, my own investigation documented numerous other public promoters who actively encourage investment in e-estate.
Names that repeatedly appeared during the research included Anthony DeLonge, I always get his name wrong, Brandon Ivory, which I love dearly, and all these people I've actually gate crashed and rang and phone, Andy Galloway, and this one here I haven't. I don't know why it's put that in there. I think it's actually picked up behind MLM content and actually added them in. Yeah, but I probably have got a video there somewhere, but prove me wrong if I haven't.
I attended their webinars, watched their presentations, and in several cases, communicated with them directly.
While these individuals are not respondents, in the Texas emergency cease and desist order, they are nevertheless plays visible roles in promoting e-real estate to prospective investors. That distinction is important because documenting someone publicly promoting promotional activities is very different to suggesting they have been accused of wrongdoing by a regulator. Now, I have to say that because ChatGPT is trying to keep me legally sound these days.
When regulators step in, promoters become the bridge between the company and its investors.
Boom. They are the people answering questions, calming concerns, and explaining why supporters should stay on course.
How they respond during those moments can often just be as revealing as the investment opportunity they were promoting in the first place.
The whistleblower who confirmed my concerns. As this investigation gathered momentum, something happened that often marks a turning point for my work.
People connected to the company began contacting me privately.
Not everyone who reached out was an angry investors who had lost money. Some simply wanted to share the information anonymously because they were uncomfortable with what they have witnessed from inside the organization. Dun, 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 dun. Like every source I dealt with, I approached their claims cautiously. Anonymous information is never enough on its own, but it must be tested against documents, public records, archive material, and everything else that can either support or contradict what has been alleged.
One whistleblower, whose identity I've chosen to protect, provided information that closely aligned with many of the concerns I had already documented independently. Rather than introducing an entirely new theory, the information helped explain why so many of the inconsistencies I had uncovered appeared to follow a common pattern. It also reinforced my decision to continue preserving evidence, recording presentations, and archiving promotional material before it could disappear from public view.
Over the years, I've learned that insiders often contact investigators for similar reasons. Sometimes they realize the promises being made to investors cannot be substantiated. Sometimes they become concerned about the way difficult questions are being handled internally. Others simply reach a point where their conscience outweighs their loyalty to the organization. Whatever their motivation from their information is only valuable if it can be independently verified. Okay, this is getting exciting. What's going to happen?
That's why I have never relied solely on confidential sources. Every significant conclusion in this investigation is supported, wherever possible, by publicly available evidence. The Texas State Securities Board's findings, corporate records, archived websites, promotional videos, SEC filings, and my own recordings all stand on their own.
The whistleblower's information did not replace the evidence. It complemented it. In many respects, it confirmed what the questions, it confirmed that the questions I had been asking long before regulators intervened were the same questions being asked behind the scenes. Wow.
For me, that was one of the strongest indicators that this investigation was heading in the right direction.
Boom.
Independent evidence is powerful, but when that evidence begins to align with information coming from someone who has seen the operation from the inside, it provides an additional layer of confidence that the concerns being raised deserve serious public scrutiny.
Wow, I wonder how long I finished this blog is. Oh, it's the last paragraph. Oh my God. I'm so pleased. Yesterday I had like 20 more paragraphs at this stage. And I went on for like 6.5 hours, but I kind of like doing these blogs to get them out there simply because it sort of documents just history as well. Right. The bigger lesson for every investor. Although this investigation focused on estate, the lesson extended far beyond a single company. Over the past several years, I have investigated dozens of investment programs and that looked very different on the surface, but followed the remarkable similar pattern underneath. The branding changes, the technology evolves, new buzzwords replace old ones, yet the fundamental question remains exactly the same. And I'm sure Queen Akama will tell you what that is.
Whenever you're presented with an investment opportunity, take a step back and ask yourself a few simple questions. Who owns the underlying assets? Can those assets be independently verified? Is there independently audited financial information? Is the investment properly registered? Or is it relying on a legitimate exemption? If promoters are quoting regulatory findings, have you actually read those filings yourself? Most importantly, if a regulator has issued a warning, have you read what the regulator says, rather than relying on someone else's interpretation?
I know. One of the greatest dangers facing investors today is information overload. It's too complicated. Let's just trust somebody else instead. Social media makes it incredibly easy for promotional videos, testimonials, success stories to spread rapidly, while regulatory actions, court filings, and investigative reporting often receives only a fraction of the attention. By the time someone discovers that the securities regulator has intervened, they may have already invested substantial sums based on incomplete or misleading information.
That is why independent due diligence matters. It should never be outsourced to the person earning a commission from your investment, nor should it be based solely on a company's own marketing materials. Read the filings, verify the claims, ask difficult questions. If the answers cannot be independently substantiated, that should not automatically be taken as proof of fraud. But it should certainly make you think twice before risking your money.
I got so many things that go pop in my head when I listen to these paragraphs. My role has never been to tell people how to invest. My role is to ask questions that many investors don't know to ask until it's too late. Sometimes those questions lead to perfectly reasonable explanations. Other times they expose significant gaps between the story being sold and the evidence available to support it.
In the case of estate, those questions eventually attracted the attention of a state securities regulator. Whether further regulatory or legal action follows remains to be seen. But one thing is certain.
Critical thinking will always be an investor's best defense. Well, that's cool. That's a marathon. Thank you so much. I just wanted to go back to a couple of interesting things, and that was the Texas State Securities Board issues this warning here. And if you go through it, it actually says everything better than we can ever say. And I wish they would do these warnings every day, because they do give us a lot more clout. But they've gone through and done a really good, extensive job here because they talk about this lakeside house, which I don't even know what the address is, but I wouldn't want to live in that house. But imagine having a house, right? And everybody is invested, owns part of your house, and they know where you live. They know that it's been managed by e-real estate, and all this is bullshit, what I'm saying. I wouldn't want to live in a house owned by e-real estate because theoretically it's owned by 1,000 people at $10 each. You know what I mean?
It's crazy.
Crap. Yeah. And look, they've mentioned the people who are promoting it in here, which is what I think is where it's going. You know,
they have been going after promoters a lot more, all of the regulatory agencies. And we've been saying it for a while in the anti-MLM community that one day the promoters were going to start to get like in trouble for their promoting. And it seems like we've reached that point. I mean, Stormy Wellington got charged, people in Hawaii with BG Wealth, and we're seeing it more and more where they're getting listed and named like specifically. Because several years ago, they never used to actually like name a promoter unless like it was someone that they were naming in the actual suit. You know?
Because look at this. I mean, these are all the people that I when I asked it to create an image, I said mention all the names of the people that are in the warning, which is actually fantastic. And I actually think what I believe is when you go to our database, we actually name individuals, and I reckon that's what they're starting to hook onto. Because rather than going after the scam, we might as well go after the people promoting it and publicize these people. So people,
because it's like you might not be able to stop the scam, but you can stop people from promoting it incorrectly. You know,
because if you went back and said to us, let's have a look at your Ponzi schemes and scams, and let's pick. Well, I'll just pick one down here because it's caught my eye. Because this company here has gone bankrupt, and they've been going since 2013. And then we can come to, the people that are promoting it. So the other day, I managed to find that Keith Kibb's cell phone number. He's a friggin' Australian, and he's been promoting Super One. So then we go to Cully Law, and then we go into what she's been promoting, and we find that she was part of Hyperverse and Hyperfund, whatever it's called. So we can go through Hyperverse, and then we can say, well, who was, and this was way back when I just started building this. This is the founders, members. So, that's probably not right. These are members, but I'm just saying, okay, so now we've got these names here.
Sam Lee.
Yep. So he's been charged by America for running a $1.9 billion scam. Ryan Jew's disappeared. No one knows where he is. I believe he's took all the money. He's got friends that are connected to human trafficking compounds. Alan Joel, he was worth $14 million, had his passport taken off him by the Senate in Australia. He was worth $14 million. And then they gave him back his passport, then charged him formally. They gave him back his passport 2 days before they charged him. And then he's left. He's disappeared. This is how stupid it was. Jaden Wee was meant to be some crypto idiot.
I remember him, yeah.
And he's in Dubai, and he was endorsing, all these people. We've got a whole history of most of these people that we see, like Sam Lee's crazy. We've got cartoon. We've got you
into a Bloomberg documentary.
Yeah, and he's claiming he's innocent. But we had even had receipts of all this cartoon work that he had done, and it just goes on and on and on. Screenshots of Sam Lee's history, people that he was associated with, how he built his illusion, and it just goes on and on and on. So now what I believe is happening is the governments are adopting the same idea. Let's go after the person and the scam. And when you see that sort of stuff come out, I'm thinking...
Well, it's also hopefully going to be an incentive to other people out there that might be thinking of joining these things in future. like, don't join them because they might have you promoting in a way that will get you in trouble with the FTC or the SEC or even your state board. So maybe just stay out of all of these schemes.
That'd be simple.
Just keep yourself safe.
Imagine them knocking on your door and saying to you that we understand that you've been in a Zoom meeting with such and such. He's just been arrested. And now we see that you're associated with him and endorsing him. What's your involvement? And what are you going to say? Oh, nothing. I'm not involved. And they go, oh, but we've seen you in Zoom meetings and you've been telling people in Zoom meetings that you've invested and you're trying to recruit people. Who did you recruit? Nobody? Well, funny enough, we saw Mary and she's got your name all over her contracts that you've got her to sign.
Right.
You know, this is where you're going to come undone. So the days of hiding are pretty much over.
I hope so.
Yeah, because the idea of crypto investments is the fact that everyone thinks they can hide behind a wallet address.
No, because your wallet's public and we will find you and we will follow the money if you're scamming with crypto.
Yeah.
I promise.
That's the story. Well, you go to bed and I will go have my dinner. And thank you for joining me and thank you for the reading exercise. It's another blog done. I haven't got anything lined up for tomorrow. But I'm...
have a good night.
Yeah, that's
See you later, everyone. Bye.
All right, thanks, Queen of Karma. And if you don't know who Queen of Karma is, she is an amazing individual who spends a lot of her time. She is one of the Avengers. You can actually see her YouTube channel, and I will just quickly stick that in the chat room. If you're watching the live, you'll be able to go through. Please do subscribe to her YouTube channel. She's got 8,000 subscribers who want to listen to what she says. She's produced over 2,000 videos, and we chase the same scammers. And part of my strength in what we do is by the networks that we have actually formed. So if you were to go to YouTube and search for any of the scammers that we've mentioned, you'll probably find, and we don't go after the big names. We don't go after, we go after the small time investors that think they can hide behind a Zoom meeting and publish an opportunity that literally is too good to be true. And we will expose these people. So we're not doing it for, oh, look, there's me and her. We're not doing it for clicks. We're doing it for the good of mankind. We want to expose individuals. If you went to YouTube and you searched YouTube for something as little as investments, opportunities, crypto, all right, you will see that YouTube invest all the stuff that comes up are these idiots that are telling you how much money you can make by investing, and YouTube lets that content come up here. And you know, like, we can't stop these guys offering you these opportunities, you know, these claims where you're going to make money. Well, he's not a bad guy. But you can go through here and you can see this is what we're competing with. It's all these people telling you you're going to get rich quick or whatever it is. But if you go in here and if we search for like crypto scams, what comes up? Oh, I spelled that wrong, but let's try that again. Crypto scams. OneCoin comes up. Documentaries come up. But very rarely do people who expose, that try to stop these scams. But if we went to scam, what do we call it? Scam betas. All right. And the first one that's going to come up is scam beta. Now we are starting to network with these guys and the Tom Brownings, all these guys here. Hopefully something soon is going to happen where we're going to, all these big time YouTubers, Trilogy Medias, we're looking forward to, you know, sharing intel with these individuals. Jim Browning is the most amazing guy ever. This video here, he showed how these, how these guys actually work. But anyway, these are Russian people. They show you how the fake software works, how he gets people to hold up their fingers in front of their face, and he won't do it.
No, it's not in front of your face. Could you move it to the center?
You watch this. You see his face distort as he puts his
Hold
face
it in front of your face.
You watch.
Oh, sure, yeah.
You watch this.
Right in front of your face, not to the
side.
Yeah.
Now watch his eyes.
Right in front of your face.
Like this?
No.
See that? That's image software stuffing up. It's
not in front of your face. Could you move it to the center of your nose? Please. Okay.
And then he hangs up. But anyway, what I'm saying is we've got a network of people every day. I finish my lives. I go to my emails and I find yesterday I got asked if I want to be in a documentary about open source intelligence. It's through somebody that we talked to 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. And we're starting to get connected to the right people in my industry, and people are taking our investigations seriously. People, my Avengers, people like Queen of Karma, they have done the hard yards and exposing many, many scammers. We take the risk. We get the lawsuits. We get the threats. It just goes on and on and on. But anyway, we'd like to thank you for supporting us. If you can support us, buy us a cup of coffee. Even just sharing our content onto Facebook and getting the news out there is really making a huge difference to us. And things are starting to happen. It's taken a while, but we'll be here tomorrow. I don't know what I'll have in store for you tomorrow. We might do a bit of Zoom raiding, where we go into Zoom meetings and cause disruption to anyone that thinks they have the right to promote multi-level marketing using Zoom's platform, which is against their policies. But anyway, we'll get into that tomorrow. We'll see you in the next video. I'm Danny DeHeck, and we're the Avengers. Thanks for watching. See you in the next broadcast.